This episode of the Esoteric Order of Roleplayers is brought to you by the generosity of our backers on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/esotericrp to find out how you can become a backer too. Remember to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to keep up with all the latest news, and join our Discord community to chat with players and fellow listeners. The Esoteric Order broadcasts from Santa Fe, New Mexico. We recognize these episodes are produced on the traditional territory of the Tewa-speaking Pueblo peoples, and we acknowledge their community, their ancestors, their elders both past and present, and future generations. It's the sound of spooky season approaching. Yes, it is that time of year again. Time to take you to the edge of darkness. The Esoteric Order of Roleplayers present The Edge of Darkness, a Call of Cthulhu scenario, with David Larkins as the Keeper of Arcane Lore. Originally run on Twitch to benefit the Dots RPG project. For more information, go to www.dotsrpg.org. Now on with the show.
Hello. How's everybody doing? I think we're just waiting on David to turn his webcam on. Oh, there he is.
What up?
What up? Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
Yeah, everybody. So let's all take a drink. We all seem to be going that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First of all, hello everybody. Thanks for coming by. Very excited for this. I am Kenny. Hey GM Kenny. But tonight I am not the GM. I am joined by my friend this way. My friend David Larkins, keeper of Call of Cthulhu Eldritch Lore and even more. Line editor of the Pendragon role-playing game, author of Call of Cthulhu Berlin, and probably many more accolades. Enabler of my historical wargaming hyperfixation, and a very good friend. So thank you, everybody. Everyone give big hypes in chat for David. So many emotes.
Hello, thank you for all the emotes and the hype. Glad to be here, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This will be fun.
Thank you. I'm very excited about it. David and I actually, you'll see below our name tags here, we have some Twitter handles. David has two because David also has a actual play podcast called the Esoteric Order of Roleplayers, which I've been lucky enough to be a part of for almost a year. Is that how long?
Yeah. We were playing Falkenstein about a year ago, so yeah.
God, so crazy. And yeah, many more people more incredible than me are on that podcast as well. And if you like it, it's if you want to check it out, it's on YouTube and it's also on Podbean. Yeah, David, anything else? Anything I missed? Anything you want to add?
No, you did your homework there. Congrats. That's good.
So tonight we're going to be playing Call of Cthulhu, which is one of my favorite role-playing games, and I figured it's almost we're very close to October. It's spoopy season regardless. It's fall has officially begun. Equinox hit, so it's spoopy time. And that means Call of Cthulhu. So for the people watching who maybe haven't played Call of Cthulhu before, I know there's at least one. Could you give us a rundown of the like the basic mechanics that we might be encountering tonight.
Sure. So Call of Cthulhu is a D100 based system. So that means you're rolling percentile dice against usually skills that are rated on a percentage scale. So you might have firearms at 55%, and that just means if you shoot at something, you basically have a 55% chance of hitting it. You roll your percentile dice, and if it's 55 or less, you hit it. Congrats. Well, maybe you did. That's the basic mechanic, though. The other thing that Call of Cthulhu is probably best well known for is its sanity mechanic. Call of Cthulhu, as the name implies, is based off of the vast corpus of the Cthulhu mythos, originally created by H.P. Lovecraft and expanded by many diverse hands in the century since. So one of the central features of those stories is that people are confronted with horrors that are so far beyond their capacity to rationalize that their very concept of reality begins to fall apart. So that's tracked on the sanity scale. And it's this wonderful doom spiral where the more sanity you lose, the more likely it is you'll lose more, until you have just plunged into a world from which you can never escape, a world of, well, there's all kinds of different manifestations when you lose it. So
awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all that. So thank you for that. And there's also something very important about tonight. If you can't tell from above here, we have we're raising money for the Dots role-playing project. There we go. Thank you. Stream Elements bot, right on cue. We're raising money for Dots, and these guys make they're probably most famous for the Braille dice, which are role-playing game dice that have Braille numbers on them, so people with visual disabilities can play these role-playing games with us, and they don't have to have us, telling them what their dice are. So that's something, obviously, I think a lot of us are very passionate about role-playing games, and a lot of us are, just good people overall, and we want to share this incredible hobby and, dare I say, lifestyle with as many people as possible. So, hype in chat for Dots. And we have a couple people from Dots here with us. Yeah. And man. Okay, so and if you hit exclamation point, there's an exclamation point command, charity, which charity I inevitably misspell every single time. But if you spell it right, it will take you to a link, and that link will take you to a page, and you can donate as little or as much as you like. And there are some prizes, quote unquote prizes, that you can just go buy. So it's not a raffle, although we will be doing a raffle tonight as well, courtesy of Dots, which I actually need to start. And boom, it has started. Dots has been kind enough to give us some stuff, a little swaggy baggy that we're gonna be giving away. Anyways, so yeah, that's the link where you can do that. And there's Warhammer stuff in there. There's role-playing game stuff in there. There's Call of Cthulhu stuff in there. David has been kind enough to help us sell a signed copy of Call of Cthulhu Berlin, something that I myself might buy. And there's all kinds of things in there, including if you're local, there's a tattoo gift card. It's a $250 gift card that only costs you $150, and you get tattooed by me, and we can sit around and talk about whatever you want. Yes, it is signed. Yeah, the tattoo is also signed, if that's what you're asking. So it's been like 15 minutes of introductions and talks and giveaways and everything like that. Are we ready to start the game?
Yeah, no time like the present.
Yeah, is there anything I missed? Anything we need to touch on?
I don't think so.
I'm not going to be interacting with chat a ton tonight, although you can spend command points to mess with my rolls. You can either give me a bonus die or a penalty die. I'll try to keep track of them as best as I can. I have chat up here, and I know Caitlin or Stone Shield Maiden is in the chat. Already starting off with a penalty die. And yeah, so that's okay. All of my die rolls are partial successes.
Point of order question then.
Oh, please.
So if person A purchases a penalty die and then person B purchases a bonus die, do those cancel each other out, or do they just stack for the next roll and then the roll after that one?
That's a good question. I that literally just happened as well. Rainy, just barbarian things, gave me a penalty die, and then immediately after, Raptor Monster redeemed a bonus die. I guess we're gonna stack them. I think that's the best way to do it. Although it would be fun to see a bit of tug of war in the channel where people are trying to save me and people are trying to screw me over.
Yeah, but how could you possibly keep track?
Oh my God, I know. I'm bad enough.
18 penalty dice and 19 bonus dice. Okay, I guess it's the bonus dice.
I'm bad enough at math as it is. Tug, okay. Oh, geez, this is a family stream, sir. So yeah, okay. So I guess our first two rolls are spoken for.
Okay.
Caitlin, if you can, I'm going to have my phone open with Discord next to me. So just so we make sure we don't miss any of them.
All right.
Just so I make sure I don't miss any of them. Keep a running tab for me if you can, and I will consult Discord every time we need to make a roll. So, without any further ado, Keeper David, please take me through this wonderful and horrific journey that is Call of Cthulhu.
Right. So yes, welcome one and all to the edge of darkness. This is a classic Call of Cthulhu scenario. It was one of the first scenarios I ever read and I ever ran, because it was in the 5th edition Call of Cthulhu rulebook, which was my entry into the game. And normally it's for a larger group, but I have run it for one person before, and we're just going to have to wait and see how that's going to work out. But, I've made my adjustments. So the setting is the classic Jazz Age, Arkham, Massachusetts, Lovecraft country, 1928 to be specific. And just to keep things on theme, it is October of 1928.
Nice.
Properly spooky.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Double spooky.
Double spooks. And so we will just kick things off. Kenny, do you want to talk a little bit about your character up front?
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea. So let me see here. My character's name, if you can tell from the, what's it called? The name tag beneath me, there we go, is Victor Hines is my name. I thought that was a pretty good name, honestly. My pronouns is he's, hims. I was born in Indianapolis, but I currently reside in St. Petersburg. And my my main inspiration for this character was I wanted to take the two leads from Brendan Fraser's 1999 smash hit The Mummy and combine them. So I am both Brendan Fraser and Evie. The actress's name is escaping me right now.
Rachel Weisz.
Rachel Weisz, thank you. One of my favorite Rachels. So yeah, I'm a librarian. I'm an anthropologist. Those are kind of my big skills. I'm not very good at almost anything else. Although
good.
Although I did do the meta thing and I put some points in spot hidden. And what else did I do? Oh, for some reason, so I'm pretty good at fast talking. I'm not much one for physical violence, so if I can stumble over an excuse to get me out of violence, I will.
Mm.
And I believe, let me see here. What did I really go? Oh yeah, I decided my father was a locksmith, and I would accompany him on jobs. So my locksmith skill is weirdly high. So I'm going to try to shoehorn that in as many times as possible.
Okay. Please bear with me as I furiously add a bunch of locked doors to this scenario.
Or if there's a locked card. I mean, it's the 1920s, but any lock will do. Any lock can be picked.
I mean, that's the thing. It's the 20s, so how many people even lock their front doors?
Jeez, what a time to be alive. And as far as backstory and stuff like that, I'm sure some of it will come up and some of it won't. But for the most part, I have some kind of occult-ish beliefs. I'm one of those guys who's like, oh yeah, I believe in the occult. Like I've attended a seance and blah 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 blah. So my character really hasn't in game terms witnessed any actual mythos stuff. So I have no mythos score. He's just a guy who believes in ghosts because he saw something once,
Okay.
I don't have any spells or anything like that. The only possession that I chose to write down was my treasured possession, which is a small bluish colored device that seems to be mechanical in nature, but I can't figure the damn thing out. And I'm convinced that it comes from Egypt, because I've fallen prey to Egyptomania, and the mummy, and
Right.
so I have this this love of Egypt, and I want to is my dream one day to get to Egypt and uncover the mysteries and get to the bottom of the pyramids and stuff like that. So I've taken an academic life. Like I said, I'm a librarian, and I have a couple mentors and things of that nature. I think one of the most important is the subject of the catalyst of this grim or dark adventure.
Indeed. And one last question. How old is Victor?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm 93.
Not going to work.
Just kidding.
If you're in your 20s or 30s, you don't have any stat adjustments. So
I am 30.
There we go.
I'm 30.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So nothing crazy. I rolled everything randomly.
Okay.
Yeah, I like doing that. I like just being like, the dice are going to let me know what to play here. But I definitely have, I wear suspenders, my hair is parted down the middle, and I look like Brendan Fraser. Just imagine Brendan Fraser.
Wow.
And that's
so
me.
hot librarian.
I'm super hot. I'm like the hottest librarian you've ever seen. I'm kind of buff.
Nice.
I intended to be. I mean, my strength is 70. Is that buff?
That's buff.
Okay, yeah.
That's definitely buff.
So I'm in the library and I'm lifting books.
Well, when you said St. Petersburg, you mean Florida? Like St. Pete's, Florida?
Sure.
Okay. so you're living that healthy lifestyle. You're getting lots of sun, you're probably swimming a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And if my sanity tanks early on in this adventure, I could become the first Florida man.
You could. I mean, you're gonna be Florida man no matter what. Florida man's corpse found,
oh my gosh,
behind local warehouse, for example.
By the way, we just smashed our goal immediately.
Yay!
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
$250 out of a $150 goal. That's crazy. Thank you, guys.
As the kids say, we love to see it.
We love to see it.
All right. Awesome. Well, game over then. Bye.
Yeah. See you. Thanks, everybody.
Didn't tell you that part.
Yeah. I actually had some. I was gonna try to. I have some Thank you, by the way, Pound. I know exactly I think I know what you bought. I think you just bought that gift card. You're a true tatty daddy. And I was gonna go through because I can never pronounce the name of the fundraising organization. I think it's Tilfity? Tiltify. Okay.
I always misread it as something else. I'm going to tell you that right now.
I do too. Tiltify. Okay, so Tiltify is like about 150 copies of Boston. So they have like what are they called? Thingies, milestones. And I was gonna go through it and redo it because I was like, oh, maybe at like $50 we'll lose one sanity, and then at $100 we'll lose another sanity.
Oh wow, okay.
Or something like that. So I get, since we just blew through all those, I might just take 4 sanity laws right off the bat. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, if I'm doing my job right, we don't need to resort to any milestones to drain you of sanity.
Okay, let's go.
All right. All right. So, so we've got a hottie librarian. So the opening scene then is you are stepping off the train at Arkham Station. You have answered the summons from one Rupert Merriweather, who sent you a telegram requesting your presence in Arkham. Specifically, of course, like all telegrams, it's very terse, doesn't go into a lot of detail, just basically letting you know he is unwell and he is in St. Mary's Teaching Hospital. And he would very much like to meet with you this Thursday at 1:00. And this was, sufficient lead time for you to book a train, get some time off and get up here in time. So we'll say you're stepping off the train. It was an overnight train. So it's 11:30 in the morning that Thursday on a chilly October in Arkham, which haunted Arkham. As you know, but for the benefit of the listeners, Rupert Merriweather is one of your old professors, I believe, right? That was it.
What did we decide? He was my, oh my gosh, I just blanked on it.
He was like he was a mentor, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Let
me see. Let me go back to what you wrote me. Okay, you just said former colleagues. Okay.
Oh,
well, the age difference would imply you were a student.
Right. I would agree.
And did you say you had some anthropology?
Oh, I'm anthed up.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, my anth is 71. Huge.
Whoa, that's like professional level.
Huge,
okay.
Yeah.
I feel like a con artist or a sideshow barker or something, because I'm like, now Kenny, you have not read this scenario, correct?
That's true. Yeah, I have no idea. I have nothing.
All right, because this is great because you basically created the perfect character for the scenario. So
as always,
you intuited it. So so Rupert Merriweather is a professor of anthropology at Miskatonic University, and he was your advisor and your mentor while you were in college. Quick question: what is your education characteristic?
My education now this might go against everything we just established.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
If it's low, we can explain it.
My education is 65.
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
Oh,
that's
good.
Great. Yeah. I mean, it's a little low for like a professor level, but maybe you've just kind of forgotten a lot of the more general knowledge that you picked up at university, or you're just not the type to retain that kind of thing, because education measures your sort of general world knowledge, and then your skills are talking about your specific knowledge. So obviously you're very well versed in anthropology. You're reading all the latest BS theories about race and all the problematic stuff that the anthropological community is going to have to spend the next 50 years undoing. And but also you're, I assume, a good librarian. You have a high library use skill.
Yeah, my library use score, hold on to your pants.
Mm-hmm.
It is 80.
Nice.
Yeah, I leaned really hard into those things.
I can see why you're not very good at other things.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Except lifting.
So, all right. So, but yes, this is how you know Professor Merriweather. And he is an older gentleman. So it's not surprising to get this sad news that he is not doing too well and he's in the hospital.
Oh, no. And that's why I've been summoned to Arkham?
Indeed.
Okay. And I'm on the train station, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a classic late 19th century sort of brick and wrought iron and, iron beams, very, late Victorian industrial chic. It's got these distinctive little Gothic towers on each corner of the station.
Ooh, I love it.
Quite picturesque. Yes.
Yeah. I look around because I actually toured the East Coast a little bit, and I think I had a small layover or something in Arkham. So this is a place that I've always wanted to come, but now that I'm here, it's like bittersweet. It's like it's tainted. It's like I wanted to come here because, Rhode Island University and that kind of thing, and is in that's in Providence, but.
Brown, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, like Arkham has always, or Arkham, yeah. I've always wanted to come here, and now that I'm here, I'm like sad about it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Right. So you're due to meet up, at 1:00. So you do get a little bit of time to stroll around and admire the architecture as one does. And many of the buildings are still, at least have their old colonial bones. It's definitely an old town. It goes all the way back to the Puritan times. And you stroll the campus of Miskatonic U. The teaching hospital is actually attached to the university. Taking in the sights there, the great clock tower right in the middle of the quad. The old academic buildings. There have been some new buildings put up as well. The dorms, the various happy students going about their fall semester as the chill breeze blows the dead autumn leaves across the dying lawns.
Nice.
The leafless branches sticking out against the gray sky overhead.
So I've got a coat on because it's chilly. But it's not like a winter coat, I do imagine it's kind of a long, like a tan trench coat, with maybe like some kind of like fur around the collar.
Oh, okay.
And I kind of have it like flipped up a little bit. Yeah, kind of like a duster. And, and I've got like a wide brimmed hat on, and that's got a nice like round crown to it, and I just have one suitcase. Yeah.
Naturally. How long are you planning to stay?
That's a good question. I guess if I know Mr. Merriweather is like ill and I'm being like called in, it's probably like he's gonna die, So I would imagine that I'm probably going to stay here until the end, which I'm not like banking on like, oh, maybe he's left me something in his will, but I definitely want to be here for the funeral. And like if something happens after that, it happens. If not, I'll just go home.
So you probably took like 2 weeks off of work or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2 weeks off, and I've never taken a day off in my life, because when you love your job.
Oh my goodness.
I imagine too that I don't know why this like sticks in my head, but like I imagine that I sleep in like there's like a little apartment attached to the library that I work at, and that's where I sleep. So like I'm always at the library, or like I'm also somehow weirdly its groundskeeper or something.
Okay. So you're basically like a priest, but with a library, not a church.
Exactly. And
All right.
yeah, kind of monk-like, exactly. And
Mhm.
yeah, so this is going to be kind of new and foreign to me. You know, I've done a little bit of traveling, but not a ton. So yeah, but I am looking forward to it.
All right. All right. So at last, the time draws nigh, and so you head into the large, brick and glass uh, monument to the medical profession that is St. Mary's Teaching Hospital. And a quick inquiry with the charge nurse at the front desk directs you to Professor Merriweather's room.
I want to take a deep breath before I go in, and I already know what this place smells. You know, like what old people smell like. You know, like I imagine that's what it smells like. This weird. I don't even like. Kenny doesn't even know what that smell is. But like, I feel like my grandparents always had it, and I imagine that's what's happening. But like, I'm also just preparing myself for like I don't know what Mr. Merriweather's going to look like. I mean, I could walk in and this dude, he's already going to be. I mean, he's already sick, so I have no idea, and I'm just like preparing myself for the worst.
And of course, put your mind into a 1920s era hospital. So there's no beeping machines or ventilators going or anything like that. Not even like the smell of, bleach or Lysol. I mean, antiseptic stuff has just come in the last generation or so. So although people are, cleaner than it used to be, it's not like as obsessive as, it becomes later. So it's almost just like a sanatorium, like a residence place, and so you walk. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, is this like a big open room with like cots, or is it
not on that level? No.
Okay.
Yeah, he has his own private room, and so as you walk in, it's a smaller room with its own window, and just like a very simple steel frame bed. Custom built, like it is a custom hospital bed, but like it's, it looks more like a bed you'd have at home than hospital beds do nowadays, and, side table, there's some flowers, his charts hanging down at the foot, as you would expect. And as you're walking in, before you even see anything, you can hear some quiet weeping. And you see an older woman standing by the bedside, dabbing her eyes. And across from her on the other side of the bed is a man about your age, actually. And he's handsome, but he has a somewhat like kind of a permanent sneer stuck on his face,
I'm judging the shit out of this guy. Does it look like, can I discern anything about him from how he looks? Do I look at him and I'm like, you're some vagrant, what are you doing here? Or if I'm like, oh, hello, doctor.
He's definitely not a doctor. He's wearing a very well-tailored pinstripe suit. So your immediate impression is like, maybe he's a lawyer. Like maybe he's here to execute the will or something, like
I immediately pictured those like pinstripe suit wearing weasels from early Warner Brothers cartoons.
Yeah, from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Exactly.
Yeah, not too far off.
Okay, good.
Yeah. He's not like a gangster or anything. But,
okay. He's not swinging a pocket watch chain around.
Right. No. Yeah. He doesn't have like a red carnation in his boutonniere.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, as I'm walking in, I do want to like you said he's got his clipboard at his foot.
Yeah.
Can I I just want to like peek at that and see if I can tell if there's anything going on that. Like, do I see any big words that might give me an indication of what's happening?
Yeah, there's just a big frowny face that they wrote over the whole thing. Why don't you roll medicine for me and let's see how that goes.
All right, I'm gonna roll medicine, and I believe Rainey has cashed in a penalty die well before we even started playing the game.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So far, I believe our penalties and bonuses are alternating.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Love
this is going to be a spiky game.
It is. And spicy.
That's a little spicy too. Okay. So let me see here. Medicine. Is that going to be? Where even is that? That's not first aid. And here it is. Oh, the old one. Okay.
Sure one. Wow, this will be a roll for the ages if you can actually pull this off.
With one penalty die. Okay, 53.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, it's all Greek to you, you know.
Yeah, I'm like, oh gosh, I should have really stuck in that medical class, I guess.
But also your eye is drawn up as you come around, and you know the older woman who is sort of blocking your view as you came in. You know, you come around her, and your eye is just, of course, naturally drawn to your old mentor, who is lying propped up in the bed. Definitely looking the worse for wear. How long would you say it's been since you've seen him?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say I probably haven't seen him in like a handful of years. Like, I would say probably like between 4 and 6 years, somewhere around there. And but we have one of those friendships. Like, I feel like we had a very intimate like friendship, you know, like as far as like professor and student can go. And he probably, I don't know, we probably kept in touch after that, but it's one of those friendships where like you can go years without talking, and then like, you know, as soon as you pick it back up, it's like no time has passed. But now that I'm seeing him like this, I'm like, oh God, like time exists, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And indeed, he does look to be on death's door. He's lost a significant amount of weight since the last time you saw him. He's very pale. You notice in one of his hands, he's clutching a blood-soaked handkerchief, you know, that he's presumably coughing into. And, you know, his eyes are very sunken and rimmed, but they still manage to light up when they see you. And he says, Victor, so glad you could make it. Punctual as always, I see.
I take my hat off and like put it to my chest, and I say, my dear friend. And I try to keep it together, you know, like I don't want him to see that I'm worried in my face or that I'm taken aback. I just want to be like, hey, old buddy, like here we are again, you know. And I kind of want to go up next to him and just kind of like kneel down by his bed and like put my hand on his arm.
Okay, absolutely. So when you put your hand on his arm, you can feel his skin is quite cool to the touch. Also, now that you're next to his bed, you can see on one of those side tables there's a rather large cardboard box with the lid on. We're talking about maybe 2 by 3 feet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, by about maybe 1 foot high.
And what's this pinstripe dude doing? Where's he at?
So as you moved around to get to Professor Merriweather, you kind of, there was a little bit of tension. There was a little bit of a bubble there that he didn't want to like let you pass through, and then he sort of reluctantly stepped back to let you get by.
Okay.
It's almost like you get this feeling like you're sort of trespassing on his territory, and in fact, as you kneel, Professor Merriweather says, "This is my wife Agnes, whom you never had the pleasure to meet, and my son Bertrand," indicating the pinstripe guy, of course.
Oh, I see. So, so they married late, and this dude is like he probably doesn't care about Mr. Merriweather, or he's like looking for the will or something like that, Okay.
Yeah, Rupert talked about Agnes quite a bit, but he never really said a whole lot about Bertrand.
Okay. Interesting. I might get up and put my hat under my arm and take the wife's hand and shake it and just be like, I've heard so much about you. I'm glad that we're finally meeting, although obviously I wish it were under better circumstances. Kind of like, I don't want to whisper that to, I don't want to insult my friend, but I do want to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. And then, what was the dude's name?
Bertrand.
Bertrand, that's right. And then, what was the mom's name one more time?
Agnes.
Agnes, okay. So Bertrand, I look at him and I nod and I say, pleasure to meet you, Bertrand. I am Victor Hines.
All right. So there's a slight hesitation before he puts his hand out to take yours, and it's a very perfunctory handshake.
Yeah, I squeeze his hand a little. I got a strength of 70.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna shake his hand. Exactly. I'm not going over the top or anything, but but I am kind of like squeezing. You know what I'm talking about? Like right in there when your girlfriend's dad would shake your hand, and that's
try to dislocate that joint right there.
Yeah, exactly. So I just squeeze it a little, and then I'm like, oh, sorry. If he flinches or anything like that, just be like, oh, pardon.
Let's see here. Why don't we make it a little fun since you got a bonus die there? Why don't you make a strength roll with a bonus die?
Okay, strength roll, bonus die coming up here. Oh, buddy. Oh yeah.
Ooh. All right. So yeah, there's a little bit of a slight wince, just ever so slight, but yeah, he's definitely you definitely got the better of him. I don't think he was expecting. He just heard that Dad's librarian friend was coming up. Wasn't really expecting this.
Well, he got it now. Yeah, exactly. I'm not flexing in my coat. I'm wearing a coat anyway, so he probably can't see how jacked I am, but. Now he knows a little bit. I gave him a little test, a little squeeze.
That's right. All right. So, introductions having been made, Merriweather then looks to his wife and he says, "My dear, would you mind taking young Bertie out of the room? Perhaps the two of you should go get some lunch. I don't believe you have eaten all day. I must have some private words with my friend." And so Agnes nods, sniffling, and you can sense Bertrand stiffening a little bit, but he dutifully follows his mother out of the room.
I give him the old.
so.
Exactly. I'm like, get out of here, nerd.
Nerd.
I'm a librarian.
And so Merriweather's eyes follow them out of the room until the door is shut all the way behind them. And it's not until then that he turns to you. And he says, "Oh, my dear Victor, I must confess something to you and to you alone. I couldn't bear it for Agnes to hear this. And I do not trust Bertrand."
I I go back and kneel down at his side because I want him to be able to talk comfortably, you know. And obviously, this is sensitive, so if he wants to whisper it, I want to be available.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. Yeah, he's definitely having some trouble here. So this gives him some latitude to speak at length, and he says the following. In my youth, I and some fellow students became involved in what we believe to be an innocent exploration of the occult. Led by a slightly older man named Marion Allen, the 6 of us purchased an old farmhouse a few miles west of Arkham, near the village of Ross's Corners. There we could conduct seances and other psychical research in privacy. Alas, our work had unforeseen results. Our last experiment summoned an evil force into this world. Instead of attempting to expel the thing, we were afraid and abandoned the old house, confident that the magic that brought the evil into this world would also keep it confined in the vacant house or send it back after a short time. However, I have since discovered that the spell that binds the entity to the house lasts only as long as the casters live. I am the last of the group, and I fear that upon my death, the thing will go free and wreak havoc on the folks thereabouts. I am too old, too ill, and too much of a coward to go back to that house to try to banish the entity myself. I am guilty of many things, but my deepest sin was unleashing that horror that fateful night. I am convinced the entity will escape its confinement on my death. Take that box. All the aid I can offer you lies within. You must find the courage to send that thing back to wherever it came from. You must see that this is done. Do this for me, please.
Oh, God.
At which point he begins coughing quite heartily, spasming up, doubling up in a spasm of coughing and groaning, and he's leaning towards you, his eyes bulging out of their sockets, and then a huge gout of blood and tissue just shoot out of his mouth and smack you right in the face.
Oh, God.
So I'll need a sanity roll for that, please.
Okay, that's fair. And sanity, just for the audience, sanity does not receive bonus or penalty die. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Success. Just narrowly.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's not too shocking, you know. He's obviously very ill, and as disgusting as that is, it's not like, you know, it's not rattling you. So,
yeah, I take out a handkerchief, from my pocket. I flick it open and clean it off my cheek, and I'm like, oh, my dear friend, and then I clean this, the corners of his mouth. And go ahead.
I was going to say he's still coughing. He seems to be suffering an attack of some kind.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I immediately shoot up then, and I bust the door down, and I shout for a nurse. Nurse, please.
Okay. Your shout brings an almost instantaneous response. A couple nurses and a doctor come jogging down the hall and very quickly pile in to the room. As other medical personnel follow behind, and very quickly the room fills up. Of course, Agnes had not gotten very far, and she heard your shout, so she comes running in. Rupert! Bertrand close behind, mother, don't look, and he kind of shoots you this very accusatory look.
I don't even let it bother me, dude. I'm like, your father needs help, or it's not even is this his son or his stepson?
Good question.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Then I kind of I keep the door open, and then I get out of the way so that the doctor and everybody else can get in.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of examine what they're doing as I stand against the wall. You know, I'm watching what they're doing, but my gaze keeps like drifting down to the cardboard box.
Mm-hmm. So what they are doing is basically trying their best to calm his attack and get his vitals and just sort of assess what's going on with him. And so, as I mentioned before, it's a pretty small room. And so eventually one of the nurses turns to the three of you and says, I need all non-medical people out of this room immediately. Go.
Oh man. Okay. Well, this cardboard box is big. I imagine it's quite heavy too. I look at it and there's more urgency in that. And also I'm like, Meriwether, like, are you serious about what you're saying? Like, you know, it's hard to believe this kind of stuff. So, I look at Meriwether and I'm looking to make eye contact, but if he's obscured or coughing, like I'll only wait for a moment and then I'll leave.
Okay. So, you do manage to make eye contact, and his eyes still have that pleading look in them.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'll walk out, and I'll come back for the box later, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. So obviously Agnes and Bertrand depart as well, and they, you know, seek out a more private corner to await the news. What do you want to do?
Oh man. Well, I'm standing outside the room still. Are there any medical professionals nearby? Somebody who I think might be familiar with Mr. Meriwether's case?
Everyone seems to have piled into that room who was at least in this part of the wing.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I might go talk to Agnes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And just, you know, approach her and be like, I guess Mrs. Meriwether, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Meriwether, please. I'm so sorry about the condition of our beloved. Wait, what's his first name?
Rupert.
Rupert, our beloved Rupert. Do you know do the doctors know what ails him? Like, what's his diagnosis?
So she accepts your sympathies graciously and says, thank you, dear. No, I'm afraid they don't. There have been many theories. For some time, they thought it was scarlet fever, but there's certain lesions appearing on the skin that are not consistent with that, or so they say. It's quite a mystery affliction, unfortunately.
Kenny thinks this might be consumption or something like that, but...
Oh, they'd know what that is, though.
Right, yeah. That's what I was thinking, too. Interesting. Something is afoot. Okay. I might ask her, like, well, first of all, where's that little stinker at? Is he nearby?
He's right next to you, and in fact, he places a hand on your shoulder.
Ugh.
And he says, and he says, yeah, and he says, might I have a word with you, sir?
Oh God. I'm like, yes, of course. And I look at Mrs. Meriwether and I say, please excuse me. I'll be right back. And I lead this little twerp over, somewhere out of the way.
Right.
By the vending machines or whatever.
It's like a wooden vending machine, a big hand crank on it.
The old vending apparatus.
That's right. But yeah, you are in a kind of a larger waiting room area. So you leave her seated on one of the leather armchairs and take Bertrand over to the other side. And he's just walking calmly beside you, but then as soon as you stop, he kind of rounds on you, and he gets in really close, and he says, "Look, I don't know why you come sniffing around my father's bedside the minute he's on death's door, but if you're looking for any kind of handouts or any part of what is rightfully due to me, that's part of his estate, I'll just tell you right now, I am a lawyer, and I will see to it that you don't get 1 cent."
I get real close to his face too.
Mm-hmm.
And we almost kiss.
Your noses touch.
I get real close to him and I say, "You have some nerve, Bertrand. To think that you value this man's wealth over his life, you ought to be ashamed. And your mother would be devastated if she knew this is how you felt. Shame."
Well,
and I kind of like get back.
Shame. His rejoinder is, "Well, it's a good thing she'll never find out then." And he turns on his heels and heads back over to Agnes, giving you a little look over his shoulder as he does.
God, this guy. Huh. Okay.
And shortly after that exchange, lab-coated doctor enters the waiting room with a very grim look on his face. You can tell without him even having to say anything. Your friend Rupert has passed away.
Oh no. I'm crushed. My shoulders drop. My head falls. And even though I expected this, I mean, damn, it hurts. And yeah. Chat knows.
I guess so. Everyone's pressing F.
I know. And it hurts. F's in chat for Rupert Merriweather. And yeah, it hurts. And a tear definitely, like tears, form in my eyes. And I blink hard to get them out. And then I look up to see Agnes. And I guess to see how she's doing, or like, like if I imagine like I see her with like the doctor's hand on her shoulder.
Yeah. She rose very slowly and mechanically as her handbag sort of slipped from her fingers, and then he moves in and puts his hand on his shoulder, and they're talking. And Bertrand, say what you will, he has also put his hand on her back, and he's trying his best to comfort her. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very private moment.
It really is. I'm actually gonna take this time to kind of sneak away toward Rupert's room. And while I'm doing it, I've still got tears in my eyes. I put my hat on, and my collar's up, and I got my head down, and I'm just kind of sticking close to the wall. And but I'm keeping an eye out. I want to make sure that the way is clear. I want to get in there and get that box without anybody seeing.
So as you're walking up the hall, you see, a nurse leaving the room and shutting the door behind her. And then she walks off down the opposite way, not having seen you.
Okay. Then yeah, if I think the way is clear, I'm gonna look into the room. Is Rupert's body still in there, or have they moved him by now?
It is still in there, but it's got the sheet up over it.
Oh man. I'm gonna go in there and I take my hat off and get down, and I take the cover off of his face. Are his eyes closed, or are they open?
They have been closed.
Okay. Then I'll kind of like run my hand over Rupert's head, in kind of a gentle, loving way, and just be like, my dear friend, we will meet again. And I stand up and put my hat on, and then I cover him back up. And I'm just going to pick up the box and try to get out of there as soon as I can, like without anybody noticing. I just kind of want to disappear.
All right. Where do you want to go? What's your ultimate destination?
Do I have a hotel? Have I made arrangements or anything?
I think we can assume that in the time, since you had about an hour and a half before you showed up at the hospital, you probably went and got a room. So yeah, sure.
Then I would want to move to my hotel then. And that's probably where I dropped my suitcase off anyways, right?
Yes, okay. Indeed.
Cool. So I make my way over to the whatever
Let's
the hotel is room. Yeah.
Well, are you living cheap or you living high on the hog?
Well, that's a good question. I actually put some points.
Do you want to check into the witch house? I hear their rooms are very reasonable.
The ceilings are low.
Ceilings are a bit weird, wonky angles and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, you could check into a boarding house since you were planning for a while, or there's the Hotel Miskatonic, which is the kind of high-end hotel in town.
Well, I will say this: I have $42 in cash.
Nice.
So I don't know if that. I mean, 1920. That seems like a good amount.
That is a very good amount. It's about, I don't know, $600-700 maybe.
Yowza. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And my credit rating? Is 21.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, yeah, I bumped it up.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, I guess I would say, I guess I would go to the Hotel Miskatonic, man. I mean, again, this is like a place I've always wanted to be. So I might have tried to find some joy in it,
Sure. Nice and private too.
Yeah, totally.
So it's $5 a day for the worst room, or $50 a night for a top floor suite. $50
a night.
Mm-hmm.
Is that within my budget?
No.
Okay.
But $5, well, even $10 a day, maybe. I don't know.
Let's do $10 a day.
Okay, so you have a decent room.
Yeah.
On the third floor, we'll say, and you've already deposited your luggage, as you said. So you arrive back at the hotel. You got out of the hospital, no problem. And at last, you're alone with this box.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I put the box. Yeah, I put the box down. I hang up my coat and my hat. I've got like a white cotton long sleeve shirt on, and the sleeves are kind of rolled up. I've got thin suspenders, and my hair's kind of messy from my hat. And although it's still kind of like split down the center, but I run my fingers through my hair, kind of part it off to one way. Mm-hmm. And I'm very hot right now. And yeah, I sit down. I've got this box. I sit down on the edge of my bed, or maybe the foot of my bed, with this box between my legs. Mm-hmm. And I just open it up and look to see what's inside.
All right, so you remove the top, and it's kind of like a shoebox style box, right? And so within is a fair amount of Excelsior, as padding, and then right smack in the middle is a sort of miniature sarcophagus. Okay, covered in hieroglyphics.
Whoa, that immediately I'm like, wow.
Yeah, there's also a letter, a folded letter, a yellowed envelope, very thickly packed, and a slim leather-bound journal.
Man, it's a dream come true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since I established earlier, I have fallen victim to Egyptomania.
Yes.
or Egypt mania, whatever the way it is, I immediately go for the sarcophagus.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a little kind of gold colored sarcophagus, possibly gold covered as well. And do you have hieroglyphics as a language?
I don't. I took like a dummy. I took German and Latin. I totally should have took I didn't even know that was an option, but that's okay. I didn't put any points into either, so I'm shitty at both of them.
Okay, I was going to say you could swap out if you wanted to, but yeah, doesn't make a difference. Well, what you can do is roll your choice of history or archaeology.
Ooh, well, my archaeology is trash, and my history is shiny trash. So I'm gonna roll history. Let me see where we're at here. I think we're on a penalty die.
Lovely.
Oh God, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do it. Let's get this penalty die out of the way so we can get there we go. Oh,
What?
are you kidding? Wait, I can spend luck. I can spend luck.
You spend luck. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that.
Must have rolled 2 0-0s then,
I think so.
because that's the only way you would have gotten an 8.
Which is
with a penalty
crazy.
die. That's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Take that, Rainey. Or whoever gave me that penalty die. So I spent 3 points of luck. So normal success.
Ding. All right.
Yeah, clip that.
All right. So you have identified the hieroglyphics as definitely Egyptian of the Middle Kingdom period.
Okay, the Middle Kingdom. And do I know anything special about the Middle Kingdom specifically?
That's your classic ancient Egypt time. That's like the time of Ramses and King Tut and all those blokes. Okay. So, yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. All right. So, do I know what these hieroglyphics say, or can I?
No.
Okay. And there's no way for me. Well, actually, wait. If I spend luck, can I spend luck to get like an extreme success?
Yes, although in this case it wouldn't do you any good.
Okay, fair. Okay, so I'm like, nice hieroglyphics, very cool. Does it open?
It sure does.
I would like to open it.
All right, I can share something with you.
Ooh, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready, everybody. Whoop.
Okay. There you go. Should pop up in a moment there.
We'll hide these excellent charity donations. Like I said, I'm not interacting with chat a ton while we're playing, but I will before the break and after the break, which I think will take a small break at 8:00, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So we got, this is a pretty decent sized little sarcophagus by the size of this feller's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there's hieroglyphics I see on the inside.
There are indeed. It's kind of strange writing that's been carved into the material of the sarcophagus.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I don't I definitely don't know what that says. I don't think there's anything on my character sheet that would allow me to read these.
Right.
Just
Egyptian doctors writing, actually. Zing,
buzzing. This is a small sarcophagus, but is this like, would I know, like, do children get sarcophaguses? Like, is this a child sarcophagus? Is this just a toy?
Well, I'll tell you, since you made that history roll, not just adults were mummified. Children could be mummified. Cats could be mummified.
That's right.
So, yeah, it might have been an animal sarcophagus.
Could have been. So this could have been used, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Interesting. Well, is there anything else? Is there anything else inside the sarcophagus?
No, it is otherwise empty.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will close it and probably move on to the yellowed envelope.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you take the yellowed envelope out, and you can immediately feel that there's more than just paper in there. In fact, you hear the jingling of keys, or a key on a ring at least.
Interesting.
And opening up the envelope, you do indeed see it is a property deed and a key to a lock. The address is Boone Road, Ross's Corners.
Boone Road. Okay, interesting. And so I imagine as I'm kind of looking through, I would probably even say in my mind, like, oh, this must be the property he was talking about. In my David Lynch's Dune whisper monologue.
As you just get like a box on your eyes.
All my characters have the same monologue.
Nice.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So okay. Well, I put that down kind of like on the bed next to me because I'm going to revisit this. And then I'll go for the there was just the journal left, right?
Correct.
Okay.
No, the journal and a letter.
Oh,
The
that's
letter
right.
looks to be, the journal looks a bit older. The letter looks fresh.
Okay, cool. Let's go for the letter then.
Okay.
So I feel like this might explain some of the contents of this box.
Yes. All right. I've got another thing to share with you.
Ooh.
And it is up to you whether you wish to read the letter out loud or leave it for me to do the voice.
I will read anything out loud.
All right, then.
Every chance I get. It's the GM in me.
All right, do it.
Let me see here. Okay. Dear friends, this is my internal David Lynch monologue, by the way. Dear friends, in the years after the nightmarish events of the night in my youth, I have seen many strange things. Only now do I begin to grasp the truth of reality and the scope of what is happening in the world. I've tried, in my small way, to combat the horrors and make amends for the part in bringing one to our plane of existence. What I have left to offer, what riches and wealth I have, I will put to good use in dealing with these abominations. It is the very least this old coward can do. And I shake my head at Rupert, always calling himself a coward. I could never make myself go back to that little farmhouse to put those events to rights. I too gravely feared that which my friends and I loosed upon this countryside. Nothing of consequence has yet taken place, but with my death I fear the bonds will be broken and that horror freed to come and go as it pleases. Lives not yet taken already weigh heavy on my conscience. The method of delivering the thing out of this world is still in that accursed house, the translations made by Marion from the book. Divermis Mysteries. I imagine I'm butchering that. Apologize.
I thought that was pretty good.
Okay, thank you. I was never strong enough to take on the task, but I have hope that you are. In ridding the world of this, perhaps you will save my soul from hell. For I fear that my deeds have not been enough to release me from this heavy burden. I do not expect your forgiveness for what I ask of you, Rupert Merriweather. And was this addressed to me?
Yes. Dear friend, we'll just read it as that.
Dear friend, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm definitely puzzled. Like I established at the beginning, I have belief in like the occult and ghosts and stuff like that. But this this is like too much, you know, like it's definitely extraordinary. So I'm gonna put it away and still like not really convinced that something has happened, but convinced that Rupert definitely believes something happened. So yeah, I'm gonna put it away and then I'll go for the journal.
Okay. All right. So, as mentioned, it's an older journal, older book, plain leather. It's held together by cords, handmade, most likely. And after undoing the cords and opening it up, you can see that it's a series of entries dating from June 1876 to May 1881.
Wow.
Yeah.
From 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
And this is just, I'm like, this is almost exactly how long Rupert and I went without seeing each other.
Indeed, although this was many, many, many years ago.
Oh, so, that's right. That's right. That was a long time ago.
Let's see here. You're in your 30s, so this was before you were even born.
Oh, jeez. That's even worse because I'm like, now I'm thinking like, who was Rupert Merriweather? You know, like, did I thought we knew each other, and now I'm finding all these secrets. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna open up the journal and start looking through.
Okay, so it appears to be the records of a group of young, mostly college age, amateur occultists who sort of tongue-in-cheek named themselves the Dark Brotherhood.
Love it. I'm like, that's my favorite faction from the Elder Scrolls.
So yes, this appears to be from when Rupert was a student at Miskatonic University. They held their first meeting in the late spring of 1876, and Rupert was the group's recording secretary. There were 6 members in all. The founder and nominal leader was named Marion Allen.
And I recognize that name from the other letter. So you said she was the leader?
That's a he.
Oh, he.
And yes, the nominal leader.
Fair. Okay.
In June of 1876, Merriweather purchased a deserted farmhouse outside Ross's Corners. This was to be a place where they could conduct their experiments in privacy. They cleaned and furnished the place, and Marion Allen carved special warding signs over the wooden doors and windows. The response to this from the others was one of amusement, but they accepted his eccentricities nonetheless. There were some... Mm-hmm.
So this seems like a bunch of kids kind of messing around.
Exactly.
Okay.
The journal then goes on to relate a series of attempted rituals, none of which had any apparent effect. And then, starting in February of 1877, it starts to get juicy.
Juicy?
Oh, yes. And so, here is another handout for you.
Oh, allow me.
Mm-hmm. Please.
Edge 2, this is it? Oh, man. Okay. Should I read all this? Holy shit. Or just right. Which one should I? Or
why don't we trade off? So you read one entry and I'll read the next.
I like that idea. Okay. February 27th, Marion Allen has acquired an artifact, purportedly Egyptian. And I'm like, ooh. It appears to be a small sarcophagus of gold. And I glance over to the sarcophagus. Inside is a large piece of amber, which I did not find, which entraps a specimen of some unknown species of arthropod. Allen is very excited as the box corresponds to a description he found in an ordinary reference volume in the university's Orne Library. Alan says that in another book, De Vermis Mysteriis is an explanation of the powers of the box. The text says the small animal trapped in the amber is actually the host to a bound djinn. A guide to the spirit world. Alan says the tome mentions that originally there were 4 such pieces of amber contained in the box. There's no mention what happened to the other 3. We are agreed, and a date has been set to conduct a ceremony intended to summon the djinn, which Alan assures us will be friendly. We have chosen the night of Saturday, the 18th of March, the night before the new moon.
So that was the 18th of March. The next entry is the 19th. We began the ceremony as Alan instructed, according to that described in De Vermis Mysteriis. A fire set in the fireplace and a pentagram chalked on the floor, marked with appropriate symbols and illuminated by 2 black tapers placed near the center, flanking the piece of amber with its entrapped spirit. The others sit in a circle where I, the designated watcher who guards from malevolent spirits, sit in the corner of the room. At least I get the comfort of a chair, while the others can look forward to sitting on the floor for hours. Alan throws a handful of powder in the fire, producing an evil-smelling smoke and dampening the flames, which now burn a sputtering green and brown. Those seated on the floor begin the Latin chant Alan has transcribed from his book. After nearly 2 hours, I see a trail of smoke circling up from the piece of amber. Its surface seems to be bubbling and melting. Can this be? Have we finally achieved success? I can see a form.
That's 100% Lovecraft of like...
Right? He's like writing it as it's happening.
Totally. Yeah.
I'm slowly being murdered.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh no! Exclamation point. Ellipses.
Yeah.
March 20th. Okay, so this is, wow, just the next day. We have finished with our plans and have sworn a pact to never speak of what happened last night. We have satisfactorily explained the death of poor Robert, and in some manner, the madness of Harold. Oh my gosh. The sheriff accepts the explanation of a carriage accident. We planned it well. Robert's neck was broken in the fall. We told him. Harold struck his head with a rock when the horse's leg broke and the carriage rolled. Would it be that it was only that? For the rest of us, we will forever be changed by what we experienced that last night. I will write down the true events so they are not lost completely. The thing formed in the center of the pentagram, shapeless and nearly invisible. Its terrible voice should have given us a clue, but we were so foolish. It spoke, then Alan cast that damned powder at the djinn, and the dust of Ibn Ghazi, he calls it. And that's when we could all see it clearly. Which, isn't that from a Lovecraft book? That's what I thought. Words cannot adequately describe the faceless thing with 1,000 maws. Oof. It roiled and bubbled, never fully revealing itself at any one time. So terrifying was its aspect that I was frozen in place, my pen falling from the nerveless fingers. Cecil and Alan seemed as lifeless as myself, while a short, sharp cry issued from Crawford's mouth. Robert, however, rose to his feet, and before anyone could stop him, stepped forward as though to embrace our horrible guest. With its arms, or those appendages that seemed most like arms, it took hold of poor Robert and twisted his head around as though he was a doll. The lifeless corpse was then thrown back in Harold's lap, and that's when he began that damnable shrieking, the shrieking that hasn't stopped since, even after we handed him over to the sheriff's men. We still had a chance, apparently. Alan now believes that if we kept our wits, we could have reversed the summoning and forced the creature back to wherever it came from. But Crawford panicked and mistakenly believed that it would dispel the creature. Reached forward and destroyed part of the pentagram, breaking the seal and ending its effectiveness. Released from that binding symbol, the thing, with a screech that could only have been unholy satisfaction, was ejected from the house, disappearing out the window as a roaring, screaming wind of boiling colors. Oof.
Mm-hmm. All right. March 24th, 1877. Alan intends to leave Arkham and travel to find a solution to this crisis. He said that he intends to seek out occult scholars in New Orleans. I pray he is successful, but my hopes are not high at this point. He insisted that I be a custodian of the gold sarcophagus and not show it to anyone. What's even more odd is that he instructed me to not visit or even live in Boston. I can only guess as to why, as he will not tell me his reasoning apart from his insistence that it is for my own safety. Marion still thinks that the thing could yet be destroyed or at least dispelled, but none of us who remain have the stomach for such an undertaking. I hope he can find a way to safely banish it without another of us falling into its malevolent grip.
March 26th, this is 2 days later. We now believe that the spell we cast to summon it inextricably bound the thing to the house. Alan went back this morning to retrieve some of our belongings and store our ritual accoutrement. He says that he heard it bumping around the attic over his head, cursing him all the while. He said that it was also told him that it was, that it only has to weigh us out. That's crazy that this thing talks, communicates. When we who were present are all dead, it will roam the earth freely, slaughtering and feasting. Thankfully, the warding signs carved by Alan during better times that seem so long ago now, apparently are effective and bar the thing entry except into the attic of the farmhouse. I might be able to sleep a few hours tonight knowing it is bound to the attic and cannot harm anyone else. I am hopeful for the first time since we stupidly released it from the amber. If it told him the truth, then we have time to seek the answer. God be with you in your search, my friend.
October 14th, 1877, I just discovered that Marion Allen is dead and has been dead for some months now. He was murdered in New Orleans this past August. I suspect that he spoke to the wrong sort of people about the things he has seen, and they killed him. The newspaper mentions the sarcophagus, so they may have been after the gold. That is 3 of us gone now. I must do something. I've already begun ancient history classes at university, so I believe I will try to research the problem at the farmhouse in that manner. Perhaps I will uncover an ancient secret of how to rid our world of that beast in my own way.
Dang.
And then these names here, they're each written in different inks, clearly at different times.
You know, I'm going to reach into my bag, and next to Rupert's name, I'm going to add the date.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right.
Like the full date too, not just the year. Crazy. Okay. And that's it, right? So we've got the sarcophagus, the letter or the envelope with the deed and the key, the letter which we read, and then that was the journal.
Oh, and there is a newspaper clipping.
Ooh.
Tucked in. So we're going to go back to the handout screen.
Handouts.
One more time. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do any copyright violations there.
August 14th, 1887. Brutal murder at docks. Oh, this is Marion Allen here. New Orleans. The body of Mr. Marion Allen, late of Arkham, Massachusetts, was discovered early this morning near the Gulf and Panama docks. The victim of foul play, the man was identified by local witnesses who said that Mr. Allen had been seen in the locale the evening before. Although robbery was the apparent motive, police report that the victim had gruesome marks carved into his forehead and his tongue had been cut out. Mr. Allen had reportedly gone to the police earlier this week claiming he was being followed and that he feared for his life. Of course, the police didn't do anything. He said his shadowy pursuers were after an Egyptian artifact which he no longer possessed. Wow. Well, with all of this evidence, I'm like, well, this seems extreme. This seems still unfathomable, unrealistic, perhaps extraordinary. But I would be remiss if I did not use this opportunity to by myself go and investigate it.
Absolutely. Well, and that was Meriwether's dying wish, was that you
Right.
send this thing back, basically, or you neutralize it in some way, right? You know?
And I will, even though I don't know that something like I'm still skeptical, of course. I think only a fool would be like, "Oh my god, this is 100% true,"
Mhm.
But apparently something is there, or something is going on, and even if it's just me going out to this place and saying a prayer for my late friend, then that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Is this a good time for a break?
I think it might be,
I think
actually.
it might be. Okay, good. Yeah, nice seamless transition here. So I'm thinking we're gonna take a break
Mhm.
from this amazing game so far. By the way, I'm having so much fun.
Excellent.
David, thank you so much. I can't say it enough for doing
My
this.
pleasure. And thanks to everyone who's donated. It's
Oh my
amazing.
gosh, yeah. I'm actually going to open up a new window so I don't ruin the OBS stuff.
Except my face is now
instead
been
just
replaced.
gonna cover David's face. I do first. Okay, so first of all, yeah, we'll take a moment here. Thank you to everybody who's followed, and if you're subscribing, thank you for subscribing. New followers, old followers, thank you guys for hopping in and hanging out with us. It means everything. To you guys who have donated, we have raised $400 of our $150 goal. I set the goal pretty low because I'm small fries, and I did my best to get everything kind of going. But I'm very happy to report that we've blown past our goal at $500. There are, oh my gosh, let me see here. I'm going to try to find a list of people who have donated. Here's
Looks like quite a few there at a
there-
certain point.
There's quite a few. Yeah, first of all, I'm going to go in order. So, oh wow, first of all, we received an anonymous donation of $20. So thank you to whoever that was. John donated 50. Thank you very much. Luke Salamander donated 30. Thank you very much. Pound, $150. Thank you very much. Cornelius Breddington, $100. That's Sean of Etten Games and Hobbies, who was kind enough to donate a huge chunk of the amazing prizes that we have tonight.
Big shout out to Ed.
Huge shout out to Etten. Paige Holgate donated $20 21 minutes ago, and Stemo donated $30. Thank you guys all so much. This is so crazy. I'm just floored by your guys' generosity and your guys' support. Thank you all so much. So it is 7:38. 7:38. I can read.
Yes.
And so I think we're going to take a quick little break, and maybe we'll say we'll say like I don't know, is a 7-minute break weird? Like be back at 7:45.
That's very Lovecraftian, right? Because it's like, oh, well, my perceptions of reality are being challenged right now.
That's right. We're taking a 7-minute break. And I am going to hydrate as I was requested to do. And then when we come back, we'll have drinks, we'll be stretched out, and we'll be ready to continue on with this incredible adventure of Mr. Victor Hines and his late friend, Mr. Rupert Merriweather.
All right.
Okay. I will see you guys all at 7:45. Thank you so much. We will be right back. Excuse me. I was just stuffing my face with a snack. So yeah, again, thank you guys for donating. I checked into the Discord and some people were having some issues or whatever, but I think for the most part they seem resolved, or they will be at the very least. So if there's any issues, just let me know and I'll do everything I can to resolve them. Grapes were not my snack, unfortunately. But I think we have some. I should have had grapes. Anyways,
Games are good.
yeah, are we? I think we're ready to continue.
I think we are.
Hmm.
Okay, so you were thinking you were gonna head on out. Anything else you want to do in town before you do so?
Uh, man, I immediately went into like D&D mode. I'm like, is there a general store? Is it?
Well, that's true. I mean, how are you fixed for equipage?
Man. Well, okay. So to be honest, I have no possessions written down on my character sheet.
Imagine no possessions.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I need to go get some. Like
Well, we're not going to worry too much about like tracking dollars and cents or anything like that. But if there's just anything you were like, oh, let me pick up a grappling hook and rope or whatever, anything you just want to put as a matter of record that you're bringing along.
that's a good question. Man, maybe. I think I just want to bring everything that he gave me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to bring that stuff, and I closed out all of my my handouts, of course.
Yep.
But I wanted to see it. Like, I'm trying to remember. Kenny's trying to remember. Victor can just go look. But is there anything in there that, like, I don't want to be like, okay, like I have the sarcophagus. I need that. Like, if there is a creature, like I'm leaning into the like what ifs here. So
Yeah.
it's like if there's some kind of creature, I'm gonna need this sarcophagus. But then they had a piece of amber, and I don't see any amber in this box.
Correct.
Is there is there a gift shop in the museum that I can go snag a piece of amber?
Possibly with a luck roll. You'll recall that the journal described the amber as melting and bubbling away, and the thing that was within coming up out of it. So,
right,
presumably that amber no longer exists.
Right. Okay. Then I would like to try to make a luck roll here.
Sure.
And luck rolls don't get a penalty or bonus die, correct?
No.
Okay. So straight luck here. Normal roll. Oof.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So no luck in the gift shop. They just sold out.
Or gift shops don't exist yet.
All right. That's also true.
Where's the gift shop? What?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, forget about it.
Never mind.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's it. Like, I don't have. I don't recall reading anything in those letters or journals or anything like that. That's like, this is how to trap it, right? It was just it was just like the symbols on the doors and the windows, and those that was kind of it. So if that's the case, I'm like, well, I can't find any amber, but whatever. I got the sarcophagus, so let's just go check this place out and see what's going on.
All right. So in proper Lovecraft Country tradition, you'll have to catch a bus.
Nice.
And that'll get you out to the adjacent town by 10 a.m. So this would be the next day. Oh, by the way, you actually picked up some stuff for reading that journal.
Ooh.
First of all, you lost 1d2 sanity. So let me go ahead and roll that for you here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. So that's fine. That's 2 divided by 2. So that's 1.
Oh. Okay.
So you lost 1 point of sanity.
Okay.
You also picked up 1 point of Cthulhu mythos.
Ooh.
Yeah.
1 point of Cthulhu mythos. Don't mind if I do. I believe that makes my mythos score a robust
1. Okay. Wow.
Oh, I gotta go to
Yeah, and it took you about 4 hours to read through that thing. So basically, montage as the you sitting um, glued to this journal on your hotel bed as the light dimmed outside. And by the time you were done, it was nearly dark. Oh, you also get a check in occult. So just in case you ever play this character again, go ahead and check your occult.
Will do.
Never know. You never know.
You never know.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay, that's it. And I don't think I and I passed a roll earlier, didn't I?
You did, but let's see. One you had to spend luck on, and you don't get checks for that.
Oh, that's right.
And then I think I do remember contemplating whether to give you a check on another one. I decided not to.
Okay,
so.
fair. I'll take it.
Because I'm stingy. I'm a stingy keeper.
I like it. I want to work for it.
That's right. You got to earn it. You got to feel like you earned those checks.
Totally. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I'm just like, well, I'm gonna go catch a bus ticket then, and we'll get out to what was the address again?
Ross's. Well, you're going to Ross's Corners, and this is the Arkham to Worcester bus.
Okay.
And then the farmhouse is just outside of town, apparently.
Okay. Well, then I'll put my hat on and my autumn jacket, my autumn coat.
Yes.
And hit the bus.
All right. So yeah, it's another chill autumnal day here.
Ooh.
In Massachusetts as you board the rattle trap bus, and it heads off down the road, belching blue smoke behind it. Along the turnpike out towards Worcester. And about an hour later, it wheezes to a stop outside the general store in Ross's Corner. So there's your general store for you. You can pick up your 10-foot pole and your 50 feet of rope.
Perfect.
But debarking from the bus, you can immediately see this is a town in decline. Most of the buildings, they haven't had a fresh coat of paint in some time. Couple of boarded up businesses on Main Street here. It's an old church. The general store, of course, combination general store, post office, gas station kind of affair. A couple of those big tall pumps out front, And
is there a creepy old harbinger out there who's like,
yeah, there's a creepy old man on a rocking chair. Yeah. Just keep moving, son.
Yeah. The old Buckner place. You know damn well which war. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna kind of walk. Well, we're pulled over at this gas station or whatever. Or has the bus even been there yet?
Yeah, this is as you're descending from the bus. So.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I just kind of want to look around, and if there is somebody to talk to, I'd like to go ask them about this property or, that kind of thing.
No, the general store looks to be open. I mean, it's a somewhat chilly day, so there's nobody like hanging out on the porch or anything. But there's some lights on inside, and you can see people moving around.
Okay, and how am I carrying around this child-sized sarcophagus? I imagine I probably like wrapped it up in some paper. Or
you're just clutching it to you like the log lady. Keep the David Lynch vibes going.
I have it strapped to my back like a coffin.
There you go. I mean, you could have it back in the box and put some twine around it and just be carrying it like that. It wouldn't look too unusual.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I kind of want to keep that close to me, and just walk into the general store. I imagine there's a little bell chime that goes off, and I'm looking around. I mean, if something pops out at me, like, oh, this might be useful, like, I'll probably snag it. Otherwise, I'm gonna just kind of go for, whoever's working behind the counter, and and talk to them.
So yeah, indeed, the little bell chimes as you open the door, and the screen door creaks shut behind you, and this draws the attention of the half dozen or so locals who are in the store at the moment. It's a couple old guys, propping up a table over in the corner playing chess, and the couple of local housefraus doing their shopping, and a rather tall, intimidating looking older woman with like kind of steel wool hair pulled back in a bun is the person working the counter. And the immediate impression you get as you take everything in is just these kind of blank looks, like very, very non-committal. Everyone's just kind of staring at you.
Oh man. Well, I probably do exactly that. I'm like,
yeah, like, exactly. Yeah.
Clear my throat and walk up to the counter, and I'm looking around on the counter to to just be like, I'll buy this,
Yeah.
So I imagine there might be a lighter or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
I'll just go to grab a lighter and be like, just one of these, please, and slide it across the counter and start.
Oh, these are like this pre-disposable lighters. So I'm just picturing like, yeah, I just need a fill up on tank number 1 for my Zippo.
Yeah, exactly. Bloop, bloop.
2 cents.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, while I'm kind of like digging around for my money. I don't know why I said water. I'm digging around for my money, and I'm like, so, you guys get a lot of traffic out here? Who? This is an older lady, right?
Older lady, yeah.
So I'm like, well, so first of all, I'm probably like, oh, and it's morning, right? It's like 10 a.m. Is that what we said?
By the time you get there, it's about 11.
Oh, okay. So it's about 11 a.m. So I'm like, good morning, ma'am. And, how does she react to just me doing that?
You got any points in charm?
That's a good question. And the answer to it is no. I have 15 in charm, but I think that's the default.
Right. Now, that would be if you were actively trying to charm her. However, you're a good-looking person. People tend to react more positively to that. So why don't we get an app roll?
Am I good-looking? My app is actually horrendous. I just noticed.
What? You said you look like Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz put together. How dare you lie to me like that?
What I meant was... oh wait, hold on. Do I get a penalty? Is this a penalty or a bonus?
Oh, I don't know. I lost track. What was the last thing you rolled was a penalty, actually. So this would be a bonus.
Oh,
die,
that's right. That's right. Bonus die.
All right.
Yo.
Wow. Okay. Out of 25? Are you serious? That's horrible. That's like deformed. What? Okay, so we need to backtrack a little bit here. This whole time I was picturing Brendan Fraser in my head. This feels like a terrible betrayal. All right,
I am actually the unnameable.
You are the unnameable. You are the outsider.
I am the outsider.
Yeah, you turn and look at a mirror and suddenly realize.
No wonder everyone's giving me weird looks.
Exactly. Wow. Okay. So let's take a quick pause here to consider. Now, obviously, you succeeded. So she sees something in you that is going to get her to open up a little bit. But what are we dealing with here in terms of appearance? What are we looking like? You scarred up? You missing an eye? Like what's going on here?
That's a good question.
Missing a head? Did your head get shot off? You know, like
I think
the stumble.
maybe I have some like serious scarring on the side of my face. Maybe I'm like, oh god, maybe I'm like the Hound-ish, you know? Where like half of my face is like horribly scarred, and that's why I wear my collar turned up in a hat. So I try to hide that. That's why I'm like, my good side is Brendan Fraser.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
My bad side looks like, you know, Taffy. It's pretty
All
bad.
right.
It's pretty bad.
All right.
I don't know if it's like I don't know what kind of scarring it is, but it's just really bad scarring.
All right. Non-specific scarring. We'll just leave it at there.
Exactly.
Leave it at that for now. Well, obviously it elicits some sympathy on her part. Perhaps she assumes you're a war veteran, you know.
Ooh, yeah.
Got that in the war. And so you were asking her if this is a lot of folks stopping off here.
Yeah.
Okay. So she says, not too many these days, you know, not as many as used to be. What brings you here, stranger?
I kind of look around and I'm like looking over my shoulder. Is everybody still looking at me?
No, everyone's kind of gone back to their tasks, you know, almost like they're pointedly ignoring you, actually.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably used to this.
Do you have any psychology, perhaps?
I don't believe so, but let me double check.
You have a default.
Yeah, I almost put some into I have 10 in psychology. Is that the default?
That's the default, yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Uh-huh.
I do have anthropology though, so.
Well, so I've heard. You can roll psychology if you want to get a read on the room.
I will. I would like to do that. And
but I guess this one would have a penalty die.
This is probably a penalty die. I guess we're just assuming everything is. Oh God.
It's probably just, you know, Yankee taciturn, you know, kind of attitudes, right? You know.
Yeah. So I finally
backwoods doing wonders.
Yeah, exactly. So I finally dig out some money to pay for this lighter, and I'm like, I just got somebody left me a bit of property in this area, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about it.
So she looks quite intrigued by this. She says, "Is that so? Which property is it then?"
I give her the address, or at least like the, you know, like the whereabouts. Like it's like it's a little farm about, you know,
farmhouse out on Boone Road or whatever.
Yeah, some property out on Boone Road, I believe. Can you tell me about it? What the farm was used for, perhaps?
There's a sound of one of the women in the aisles dropping the flour sack that she had just picked up.
Oh God.
And the proprietress narrows her eyes a little bit. She says, "Well, around here they say that farmstead is haunted." I don't personally put any truck by those stories. Taxes are always paid on the place. Small town folk always make sure they know what's going on. Local properties, who owns them. It's our business. So, if you are the new owner of that farmhouse, welcome to the neighborhood. But, you know, she kind of motions for you to lean in a little bit.
I get in as close as I can.
The reason some of these folk are perhaps being a little quiet is one of our own went missing last night. farmer's wife named Maggie McFurter. Went out after dark to check on the horses and hasn't been seen since.
And did the McFurters, do they live around the area, around Boone?
They do.
Well, I shall keep an eye out on the property. Perhaps she is hiding in the house somewhere or something. One of the horses spooked her, perhaps.
Perhaps. If you happen to see her, absolutely bring her back into town right away.
Will do. And I kind of straighten up and I say, well, seeing as how we'll be neighbors soon, pleased to meet you, man. My name is Victor Hines.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hines. You can call me Ma Peters.
Well, Ma. He probably is like Miss Peters.
Yeah.
You know. Thank you. And he, you know, when she's like sliding him in his change, like he probably pushes a couple cents back into like the community jar or whatever. And take my lighter and kind of do one of these, like I got my thing, and now I'm gonna go. And I turn around, and as I'm turning around, I'm keeping an eye out just to see like if anybody in here is like looking at me still or at all, or maybe after hearing me talk about owning this place, like now are people like looking at me, you know?
They're giving you a once over again, and as you put your hand on the doorknob to leave, one of the old men in the corner says, just keep walking out Boone Road till you get to the burned out tree struck by lightning over the summer.
I nod to her, don't say anything, and leave the general store.
All right. Okie dokie. So it's about midday, and you've got an idea of where to go. And start hoofing it.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna pick up my bag, which I guess I probably would have like emptied my suitcase and put all the stuff that Rupert gave me into it.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think the sarcophagus will fit in there, but I've got it tucked under my arm, and I just start walking, you know, towards town.
Mm-hmm.
Got my thumb out, back from the war.
Well, so Boone Road is just a little one lane dirt road with, you know, a strip of grass growing up the middle of it. That heads out of Ross's Corners, out towards, you know, you can see a line of woods out along the horizon. And so you just start walking. Takes you about 45 minutes before you spot this, sure enough, burned out tree situated right at the junction of Boone Road and a little drive that heads off, you know, towards the woods, actually.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to follow the directions and get to the property. Although I am kind of keeping an eye out for this missing lady or like anybody else who's in the area. Like, have I noticed anything peculiar about the area? Like, are people out walking around? Are there farmers out? You know,
it's pretty quiet. You know, there's you spot a couple old farmhouses off in the distance, but they're falling apart, falling to pieces. These are abandoned farms, clearly. No sign of any people around. Just the occasional crow alighting upon a dead branch and cawing under the gray skies.
Nice. Yeah, as I imagine this kind of like chill breeze shoots through the woods, you know, and I kind of bundle up my coat a little bit and pinch my collar closed as I just try to pick up my pace and get to this property, because I want to be out of here as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't want to stay the night at this place.
What if I offered you $200? All right. So you turn off down this gravel path, and after not too much further, you catch sight of the farmhouse, and there it is.
Oh, is this a handout?
Hmm?
Whoop. Ooh, oh. One of these.
Oh, it's one of these things.
Oh, God.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
Oh, sir.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, it's time to get going.
You know what, Rupert? I love you, man, but you got yourself in this mess. You have to get yourself back out.
Yeah, I probably like stop, like I'm looking down at my feet and I'm just trying to stay like huddled up. And eventually like I stop and look up and that's what I see. And I just wait I just stand there for like a moment and I reflect on like the letters that I read and the journal that I read. And I'm like, you see a house like this and you're like, what could have possibly gone on in there? Like what was life like inside that house? And I have an idea. And now that I see the house, it fills me with dread. And I begin to think that maybe Rupert wasn't, maybe he wasn't kidding, If something's in there, it's in that attic, like,
yeah,
it just chills me to the bone.
Mm-hmm.
And then
not helping matters is the sound of some rusty chains jangling and the chill breeze from nearby.
I'm like looking around like, who is that? Trying to find what's going on here. And yeah,
you spot a twisted old oak tree that has a couple chains hanging from a horizontal branch, sort of reminiscent of like if there was a swing or something that had been hung from the branch at one time.
Well, that creeps me the hell out. So I
that's just about the freakiest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, well,
Also,
yeah, exactly. And I kind of like steel myself up and take a deep breath, and I'm like, all right, Haynes, get it together. And I kind of lean backwards to gain a little bit of momentum to force my feet forwards, and
nice.
And start walking towards the front door with my. I can't bear to look at this house any more than I have to, so my eyes are back down at my feet, and I'm just trying not to slip or anything like that, and just make my way to this damn house.
Well, since you're staring at the ground as you walk, why don't we get a spot hidden roll?
Ooh. I'm actually not terrible at this. All right, so we've done a lot of back and forths with bonus and penalties. I'm gonna check with my my bonus and penalty die keeper
Advisor.
Yeah, exactly. And see where we're at here.
Oh, yeah. Keeper of record.
Reward, penalty. Oh, it's bonus, penalty, bonus.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, so I think this is a bonus die.
Okay.
So I'm going to do spot hidden. I've got a bonus die. And I still... I'm spending the luck, dude.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
All right.
Bless
3 points
luck. Bless
right.
luck. So I'm at 34 points of luck now, which I don't feel great about.
I feel wonderful about that. All right. So... All right, so as you're walking towards the house, there's all this like kind of dead grass and like a bunch of weeds. They're dying in the autumn, and they seem particularly thick near the front of the house, probably where there was once a vegetable patch. The soil's a little bit more fertile there. And in amongst the weeds, you do see a small dark shape just lying still.
I stop and I kind of squat down on my haunches and take my hat off and try to, I guess, push some of the weeds aside to see what we got here.
So you see a pretty good size, like 30-pound raccoon, probably dead.
Probably. Does it smell dead?
You don't smell any rotting. There's a couple flies crawling over it though, so.
Okay. Well, I look around. Is there like a stick on the ground or anything nearby?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna grab the stick, and this is you know, I have this memory. I went swimming in this place called Raccoon Lake one time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, back home. And I was very young, but I remember I jumped off the boat, and when I came up, there was this huge bloated raccoon dead in the water, like inches from my face.
I mean, I kind of want to say, what did you expect swimming in Raccoon Lake?
I know, it was pretty horrific.
Oh my god.
So that's what
Wow.
I'm channeling that fear right now.
Very good, very good.
And yeah, I take the stick and I guess push over this raccoon to see, I don't know, what's going on with it, you know? I mean, it's a dead thing. I got to poke it with a stick.
Sure, it's what we primates do.
That's true. My lizard brain tells me I have to try to eat this.
Fresh. All right, so you prod it with the stick, and it does kind of roll over and exposes its underside, and you can see its chest, like its rib cage, has been hollowed out a good amount, like maybe the diameter of an orange. Just a big hole in its rib cage.
I don't like that.
No.
A big hole in its rib cage. My God. I
Very neat too. It's like a perfect circle.
I recoil. I probably fall back on my butt.
Yeah.
And I pull my arm in front of my mouth to prevent me from vomiting.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it, and is all the meat gone? Are organs in there still, or?
Well, you'd have to lean in and take a close look.
I guess I'm gonna do that. I guess I'm gonna have to do that.
You recover your wits and lean forward a bit, looking at this hole in its chest, and it's just a dark pit. You know, there's no visible organ, flesh to be seen.
Okay. I stand. I guess I take whatever gold it had and I stand up.
Yeah. Hold on, let me just make some rolls here. 18 copper pieces.
Nice. I stand up and brush off my my knees and my rear end.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look back up at the house with a shudder, and I recall the lesions on poor Rupert.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if whatever ungodly thing did this to this raccoon, if it somehow latched its tentacled I'm using tentacles loosely here. If it somehow
Yeah, sure.
if it somehow
Got its greasy mitts.
exactly, if it somehow got its greasy mitts on old Rupert.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I start walking to the door. Ugh.
All right.
Ah.
All right. So, so there are some woods. There's some woods well beyond the farmhouse, right? Well, not well beyond, but 50 yards out from the farmhouse. There's an old well near the front porch. And then it's the front door itself. And you can see the peak of a sagging barn out behind the farmhouse at this point.
Ooh, nice. Love a good sagging barn.
Oh yeah. Grew up in Sagging Barn, Minnesota.
Dude, for real. I mean, you drive 20 minutes from my hometown in any direction, you're gonna see a bunch of barns that be sagging. Man. Okay, I kind of straighten myself up and I'm like, I'm not gonna let this thing, or these feelings get a hold of me. I'm a literary man. I'm a man of science, and I'm an educated man.
Certainly.
And I, live behind a theater with a mask on my face, and
you haunt the Paris Opera House.
That's right.
You sing to women through one-way mirrors.
Oh my God. I'm now I'm Brendan Fraser and Gerard Butler.
Jeez.
But a 25 app. Anyways.
Right.
So, all right. Yeah. So I steal myself and I'm like, all right, Victor, open the damn door. And I reach into my pocket and I get the key. Mm-hmm. And one last thing. While I was on the bus here, I probably would have examined the deed.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably would have been a good thing to do, just in case anybody is waiting here and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing here? How'd you get that key?"
Yeah.
So I guess I think back to when I was on the bus examining the deed, and was there anything curious about the deed, or was it just like a standard property deed signed over to me?
Yeah, it was. It was signed over to you, so you are the legitimate owner now. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then no secret messages on the back or anything like that. That's like, hey, you might need XYZ if you go to this place.
Yeah. Be sure to take some lollipops with you.
Yeah,
that
for
thing
real.
loves lollipops.
I'm like, all I got is this damn Zippo.
Oh, one thing, there is an oil lamp hanging on a hook next to the front door, like a porch light kind of deal, except you can actually pick it up off the hook. However, a cursory look at it tells you there is no wick in the lamp.
Bah. All right, my wick knowledge is a little, wanting. Is there anything special that a wick is made out of, or can I fashion one quickly?
I believe they're cotton. They're like a woven cotton or some kind of fabric.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you could fashion one. It would be pretty jury rigged. You'd probably be. How's your mechanical repair skill? We're playing with forces we cannot comprehend here in terms of jury rigging an oil lamp. Set the whole house on fire.
Well, my mechanical repair, I believe, is the default 10, so I'm not worried about it. But I think it's going to be more dramatic that all I have is this little lighter.
I love it. I love it. Yeah,
I'm way more into that. Like I said, all my fails are partial successes.
That's right.
All right, yeah. So I take out the key. How does the key look? Is it like just a regular old house key? Is there?
It's kind of an older key to fit this older lock, you know. So it's one of those classic kind of barrel-shaped constructions with the little intricate, you know, tumbler mechanism on it. Probably forged during the Civil War or possibly earlier. You know.
Well, if it doesn't work, I've got a ton in locksmith. I'm just ready to burn it, baby.
Damn right. Oh, also an occult roll, if you would, please.
Oh, an occult roll, David.
Yes.
I believe I get a bonus die for this.
You had 2 bonuses in a row, so that sounds right to me.
I think now I have 4.
Ooh, how generous.
4 total. I know. You guys are MVPs. Although now that Rainy's back, I suspect I'll be flooded with penalty dice.
Flooded. All right, let's see.
All right, the occult roll, which is already checked.
Nice.
A generous 5, and I get a bonus die on here. Come on, oh, nope, okay.
Wow, that was the best one.
That was the best one. So,
all right.
A good old 74 out of 5.
So, as mentioned, there are carvings in the lintels of the doors and windows. And what these may mean, you have no idea.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do they look, Victor is a educated man, so do these symbols, do they look similar to what was inside the sarcophagus?
No.
Okay.
No, they're totally different.
Okay.
It's basically the Ghostbusters. It's just a ghost.
Ray.
Looking at us, Ray.
He's looking at us, Ray. Okay. So, well, I reach into my pocket and I get this dang key out, and I look up at these ominous occult symbols, and before they freak me out too much, I kind of like, I tuck in and look down at the lock and start unlocking the door and turning the handle.
All right. Well, I hate to stymie your locksmithing moment of glory, but the key turns relatively easily in the lock.
Hey,
and
doing it like my dad taught me,
using a key.
Using the key.
That's rule 0 of locksmithing: is always try a key first.
Rule 0.
Have you tried unlocking it with a key?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So the front door creaks open on rusty hinges, and you can see inside. Forgot to mention earlier, but obviously, just standing here, you can tell. Out of all the panes of glass and all the windows, fully at least half of the panes have been smashed out. The panes that are still remaining are essentially frosted with, years of grime and dirt and so forth. But the house is somewhat open to the elements, even with the doors and windows shut due to that. And so, of course, it's daytime, so you can see in quite easily. And what you're seeing is apparently a front room of some kind. A very foul odor wafts out from within as you stand there on the porch.
I take out a clean handkerchief and hold it over my face, my nose and mouth as I stifle out a "good God."
Yeah, it's almost kind of acidic.
Okay, yeah.
It's a bit like formic acid, like when you're crushing ants, and fingers smell like
yeah.
crushed ants.
Okay, yeah. I say that's I think like that's peculiar, but I didn't do too well in the chemistry department, so I don't know how much I would be willing to divine from that. But I do walk in, and I'm feeling reasonably confident. I mean, this is a spooky place to be in, and Rupert obviously had a lot of like trauma from this area, but if what he says is correct, and whatever was here really was here, then when he died, it could then leave. So that's kind of what I'm like, all right, if that thing is here, then it whatever, like there's not much I can do about it. But if it's real and it could have gone, then maybe it's not here, So
that's a logical path of reasoning.
Yeah. So I just start walking, and I'm looking for like, the signs from the letter. Like I'm looking for the pentagram on the floor, and I'm looking for the chair that Rupert sat in the corner, or maybe like some leftover occult remnants. Like I remember they went back and got their belongings, but they may have left something behind. I don't know. Or maybe Rupert came back and left something for me if he knew that something was going to happen,
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let me give you a little pocket description of what's in this room then. So, first of all, there's thick coating of dust on every horizontal surface. The floorboards are also covered in leaves and just sort of, rotted organic material that's blown in. The floorboards themselves are a bit warped from dripping water coming through the ceiling. But there is some empty shelves on the walls. There's an iron stove resting against a wall with the pipe still connected to the outside. A round table with chairs sits near the stove. There's an old couch and a matching wing chair, both quite moldering and decrepit. And on the far side of the room, there's also just a little pass-through on the wall to your left to another room. And then just beyond that pass-through, you see a narrow little hole in the floor, like probably for a cellar, stairs leading down.
Oh, God.
Hey. Oh, and make a listen roll too, please.
Ooh. Playing this by yourself is very scary.
Excellent.
Let's see here. I'm keeping track of my bonus die by reacting to them in Caitlin and I's Discord chat.
Nice.
Listen. Where's that at? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Languages.
Right. Listen comes after languages.
I guess so. One bonus.
Most alphabets.
Kapow.
There we go. All right. So I assume you're entering the farmhouse.
Yes, I am. I am entering, and yeah, that's where I'm kind of like keeping kind of a lookout for all these things, and it even kind of like, it's like midday. It's like noon, right?
Yeah. Gray skies though, so it's light's a little dim, but not too bad.
I might even look, since the stove has pipes that are still connected. I might even look in the stove to see if there's like material to get a fire going, since I have a lighter, just to make my stay here a little more bearable.
All right. So you walk in. The stove's actually not too far from the front door there, so logically it'd be one of the first things you check out. And it's a classic old Victorian stove with the filigree on it and everything. And you turn the handle and you open the door. And you see inside, it's just old ashes and a dead robin that apparently flew down the pipe and couldn't get back out. died a miserable death inside this cast iron stove and basically mummified.
Wow, jeez. But I love mummies. So
So as you're taking that in,
I'm like, ooh, mummy.
mummy. You, as you're taking that in, you hear something coming from beneath the floorboards.
Oh God.
Some kind of movement, just a little like squeak of something and then something getting pushed aside.
I think like it's probably a damn raccoon stuck down there. So I, and thinking that it might suffer some terrible fate, just like this robin or the raccoon outside. I'm like, I need, whatever poor creature is stuck down here, I need to go help it. So, I just walk over to the cellar and, is there a door to the cellar? Or is it just an open hole?
Yeah, it's just a little hole cut into the floor. There's some stairs, steep stairs leading down.
Okay, yeah. So I'll get there
go
ahead.
Check your listen before I forget.
Oh, danke. There we go. Yeah, so I'll go over there and, I'll light my Zippo so that I have a little, like, inches of light in front of me.
Right.
And, I'm like, come on, Victor, like, there's nothing down there or whatever it is. It's just some kind of animal that's stuck, we'll just get the damn thing out and then we'll go on our way.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I light my Zippo and I start walking down these stairs.
All right. So the flickering light from your Zippo provides meager lighting. But you can just barely make out, the stairs in front of you. And the fact that you're entering into a earthen floored cellar of some kind. As you reach the bottom of the stairs, please make a spot hidden roll.
Ooh. Okay. Spot hidden, and I will get a bonus die on this.
Okay.
I've got one more bonus, and then we're starting to get back into penalties.
Oh, good. We're getting to penalty land.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Spot hidden bonus 1. Narrow success.
Woo. All right. Okay. Next question would be, do these bonus and penalty dice apply to keeper rolls as well, or are they just for you?
Oh, that's a good question, dude. What do you guys think?
What does the chat think?
Yeah, what does chat think? Do these bonus and penalty die apply to all die rolls? That's a good question. I am keeper rolls too. I am kind of I like that idea. Yeah, so you get a bonus die on this next one, and then I will get a penalty die on whatever happens.
Okay.
Whatever happens
Nice.
next.
All right.
Only bonuses for the keeper.
Damn, that's hardcore.
Yeah,
that's God mode.
God mode. That's how I like to play.
All right. And how do I indicate a bonus die with this?
So you should click the skill, and then it may ask you bonus or penalty, in which case you will select that, and then it'll ask you how many die, and you'll put 1. If not, you'll just make the roll, and then underneath you'll see it says bonus and penalty, and you can just click
bonus penalty.
Yeah, you can click that.
Cool. Okay. All right. So basically, you get to the bottom of the stairs, you have your Zippo, and out of the corner of your eye, something is just rushing at you. And you just get like this split second of warning that gives you enough time to kind of flinch away from it as something swings a table leg at your head.
Oh my God.
And Yeah. What am I due for a bonus or a penalty on this?
I think you're due for a bonus on this one.
All right. I got a hard success.
You
Can't do
really
much
did.
better than that. But if I get an extreme success,
Oh my God. Okay.
yeah, okay, we're good. So, got a hard success, 4 points of damage. So you are clocked by this table leg.
Oh my God. 4 points of damage?
Uh-huh.
I have 8 hit points left.
Holy mackerel. Wow. Okay. You are. Wow. All right. So that's, ooh, I believe that would be a major wound.
Oh, no.
That's half your hit points. So,
Wait, no.
see here.
No. Wait, I have 12 wounds total.
Okay.
And then the 4 took me down to 8.
Okay, thank goodness. I'm like, how does he have not 8 hit points? That is wow. Okay, good.
Oh
All right, so you did not take a major wound, which is good.
Yeah.
You did not crack your skull open.
Oh my God. That's it, folks.
Yeah, good game, everybody. As your brains ooze out on the floor like strawberry jam.
Jesus.
All right, so let's see here. You took 4 points of damage, and so you got this crack on your noggin. You're seeing stars, and then there's a man, and he's just trying to barrel past you, and he's just kind of grunting at you as he's trying to push you aside. You know, it's all happening very fast. So what do you want to do? Do you want to fight back? Do you want to let him just run past you? What are you going to do?
I'm not gonna try to fight back. I'm just gonna hold my head and be like, ah, and kind of turn around and be like, good God, man, what are you doing here? Who are you?
All right, so all you see is this person just thundering up the steps. You get this, impression in the dim light of the Zippo of, kind of raggedy clothes. And then he's just out, and then you hear the back door slam. Actually, I'm
gonna try to run up after him. Then I mean, I don't know how fast. Is this dude crazy fast?
What's your move rate?
My move rate is magic points, education power. Is that going to be? That's not a skill, is it? Or is that a
no? It's a derived stat. I'm not sure where it is on this character sheet, but it's usually somewhere around your hit points and other sorts of derived statistics like that.
Let me see here. Intelligence, power, luck, education, appearance, dex, blah blah blah. Size, no. Weird. I don't see my move rate.
How strange.
Right. Dexterity. Oh wait, no, movement rate 9. There we go. It's in the combat tab.
Ah, all right, that makes sense. 9. So okay, you're pretty fast. You're speedy on your feet. So
okay.
Yeah, you could give chase if you want.
If I think I can get this guy, I'm gonna go after him.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If he's Usain Bolt, whoosh, out of the door, I'm gonna be like, whatever, just some squatter,
Yeah. All right. Why don't you give me a dexterity roll then?
Okay. And now this is going to be a penalty die.
Oh boy.
But I've made it work. Oh God, no, it didn't work.
And now I need to roll his dex. Am I bonused or penaltied?
Oh man, that's a good question. I believe bonus penalty. You are bonused.
Wow. All right. Well, that would be a failure, but I also rolled a 9, so it is a failure as well. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Now what happens?
Actually, that's kind of that's a fumble, actually. So,
so he trips or something?
Yeah, he trips at the top of the stairs. So even though you're a little slow, he trips and falls.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, now technically you both failed, so we do need to roll again. However, I'm going to give you a bonus die, which may offset a penalty die. I don't know.
No, I actually get a bonus. I get a wait, hold on. Oh yeah, okay. So the next one is a penalty.
So that would offset it. So it would be a straight roll.
Just a straight dex roll, right?
Yeah.
Success.
Nice. And now I have to roll him, and I'm going to give him a penalty. Is that offset by a bonus, or is it doubled?
It is
a doubled penalty.
It is double penalty, and then we'll have. Oh, and then Rainey just did a bonus die, so whoever rolls after this gets a bonus.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so that's a failure, regardless. So, okay, yeah. So he's a little too slow getting back up, and then you're just right on top of him. And so for the first time, he's just like, "Get off me, man! Let me go!"
Yeah, I get this dude by like his shirt, you know, like over here on his chest, and I like get him onto his back, and I kind of like shake him around a little bit, and I'm just like, "Who are you? Slow down! Like I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want to know who you are and why you're here."
Okay, so let's see. Make a psychology roll for me real quick here.
And I'm going to get a bonus die for this.
Nice.
Not that I think it's going to help much. Nope.
All right.
I'm still frazzled. I mean, I just got clocked in the head.
Yeah, no doubt. You can feel the blood trickling down from your temple, actually.
Oh, God.
And he seems equally frazzled. His eyes are wild. He's definitely been living rough. He's got a fairly robust beard. His clothes are a bit raggedy. He's wearing like kind of a stained coat and no tie or anything. No hat, and he's just trying to basically fight you off, and he's like, get off me, it's going to get you too, get off me, let me out of here, I just wanted my stuff, just let me go, please.
I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna be like, tell me your name, like who are you? Do you know Rupert Merriweather?
I don't know no Merriweather, no. Just let me go.
Well, I'm just going to let him go. I'm going to be like, get out of here. I feel like, do I feel like I'm not going to get anything out of him?
He seems, the psychology roll is basically get a read on like how you might calm him down. So you have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. I'm just going to be like, get out of here, dude. Like, don't come back onto my property. Whatever you left here, it's mine now.
All right. So he scrambles to his feet, looks at you for like a beat, and then just runs through the pass through into the back room, as I, had him doing preemptively earlier. And you hear like the sound of like something being like very hurriedly scooped up from a table, and then the back door slamming.
Okay. Well, I rub the back of my dang head, and I see I look at my hand. This is another one, dude. I split my head open one time, and totally like it didn't hurt that bad. But then I saw all the blood on my hand, and I was like, oh, God.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It'll bleed.
Yeah. So yeah, I get out my friggin' handkerchief. It's been the MVP of this adventure.
Handkerchief of healing. Yeah.
For real. I shake it out and kind of wipe my hand off, and then I like hold it in the back of my head, and I look around again, and I go back to that back room where I heard him like scooping stuff up, and is there anything else in the room? I heard the door slam, but I want to make sure he's gone. And
he's definitely gone. And let's see. So the back room is about the same size as the front room. And in here, there's a large kind of rustic style fireplace, made out of like local stone and whatnot, set into the opposite wall. And then there's next to the fireplace itself seems to have been recently used because there's like some freshly burned log remnants in it. Um, there's some blankets on the floor next to the fireplace and an empty Campbell's pork and beans can next to the blankets.
Nice.
There is a table immediately to your right, pushed up under a window. And then to your left, there's a little wingback stuffed armchair.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna go like pick all this junk up and like put it on the table so it's out of the way, like out of the floor. Do I notice? Is there anything like anything unexpected in there, or something not as it appears? I'm basically just picking stuff up and getting it out of the way.
Yeah. It's just like a wool blanket. You can see some muddy boot prints on the floor that, this guy was wearing boots. So,
right.
Seems to line up. As you're moving around, you do notice in the ceiling of this room, there is a trap door. And it also has those same symbols that have been carved over all the lintels, carved into it.
Well, I remember them saying that it was trapped in the attic.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be a fool if I didn't acknowledge the guy was like, "It's gonna get you too."
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this stuff is becoming like more and more real, but there's something in Victor that's like fighting against believing it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay. So all right. So the front room, I didn't really see anything particularly interesting in there.
No.
Okay. And then this room is kind of whatever. It's got a bunch of junk in it, and then like a fireplace. I'm gonna look in the fireplace though and see if any of the logs are like usable. Like I was gonna make a fire in the stove earlier, but now that there's a fireplace, I'm like, oh cool, maybe I'll just use this.
Yeah, a couple of the logs weren't burned down all the way, so you could reposition them and get a little fire going for sure.
I think I'm gonna do that. And I think he does that not just to get a little bit of warmth, but also to bring a little bit of normalcy to the room.
Mm-hmm.
Just so it's not so lifeless. Like there's something happening in here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, takes you 20 minutes or so to get a good fire up, but there are a couple other unburnt logs left, or not logs, but pieces of driftwood, not driftwood. What the heck do they call it? Fallen branches.
Oh,
right?
Okay. Kindling.
Kindling. That this guy, apparently harvested. You get a decent fire going.
Cool. Dope. Well, once that's done, I will ominously, I'll look up at the attic hatch, like pretending that like I haven't been ignoring it the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of like, get my hands out of the heat of the fire and rub them together and look up at this thing again and just shake my head and be like, damn it, Heinz, just, let's do this. And is there like a chain or anything that's like hanging down from the hatch, or is it just like sealed off?
It's the kind that you would push in, like push up and in.
Okay.
Right up there.
Then I'm going to, I guess I'll move the table over and then stand on top of it. Check to make sure it's not going to fall underneath me, check its sturdiness. And if it seems sound, then I will stand up on it and push up. I'll put my hand against it at first, and then I go to move it, but my hand doesn't really move. And then I kind of close my eyes and I shake my head and I'm like grunting like, damn it. And then I like thrust my hand through the hatch and open it. And then I almost like sit there like with my eyes closed, ready to just get murked by whatever is hiding in there. And then I'll wait a few moments, I guess.
Yeah. So you're just throwing the door open.
I just throw it.
You're
open.
not actually. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you're standing. You're standing on this table, and you're kind of in a half crouch because if you stood up all the way, your head would go up through the hatch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're just looking up into the darkness of this attic. There are apparently no windows up there, but there are like some vents or something that's allowing a little bit of ambient light in. But it's pretty much pitch black. You can just barely make out the beams in the roof above. The main thing is that kind of formic acid smell is overwhelming, and it's just pouring down out of this attic.
Yeah. Well, I put my sleeve back up to my mouth, and if nothing happens after a few moments, then I will get out my Zippo and open up a flame and stick my head through the hatch very cautiously at first. Just my eyes, and then looking around with the little Zippo right here. And if I don't sense anything, I'll just keep going.
All right. So you can hear the blood in your ears as your heart starts to pound. There's a almost instinctual part of your brain that's telling you this is dangerous. And you straighten up a bit more, and you're really not seeing anything. There's like nothing in this attic. Absolutely nothing. You're looking around, and then seemingly out of nowhere, the sound of running footsteps coming straight at you.
Oh,
oops! There goes my camera.
That scared me.
The camera.
Holy shit!
And I'm gonna need a dodge roll, please.
Oh my gosh! I've been waiting for this moment my entire life.
Is there penalties on this one?
I'm checking that right now. I'm at we have bonus penalty and then bonus coming up. So this is at a bonus.
Oh, that's good timing.
Oh no. Wait. What was that? Hold on. Versus 10. Yeah, I know. I was like, what the heck? Let's not do navigate. Let's do
that.
Dodge. There we go. Bonus.
Okay.
Submit.
Bonus.
1 die. There we go. Dodge. Regular. Hard success.
All right.
Woo. All my life I had to fight.
All right. So, all right. So, something comes running at you, and you just drop back instinctually. You just duck out of the way, but it's like this fight or flight mechanism. So you just drop onto the table and then bounce off the table onto the floor, basically. Since you got an extreme success, normally it would be
just a hard
success. Yeah, hard. Well, nonetheless, hard success. Normally it'd be D3 damage from the fall. I'm just going to say it's 1 point of damage.
Nice.
For the heart. Yeah. But
7 HP.
Nevertheless. So you drop down, and as you're lying there on the floor looking up, the hatch of the attic just slams shut.
Oh man. Instinctually, I want to just run out of the house screaming.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, exactly.
So just to emphasize what happened, you were looking straight at whatever was running at you, and you saw nothing. But it had a physical presence. You actually saw some dust coming up off the boards in the attic.
Disgusting. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I probably get up and I'm like freaking out. You know, I got to be like, oh my god, what the hell was that? Like, I didn't see anything. There was nothing there, but I heard it. There were signs. Could I get a sense of how big it was? Like, were they little?
It sounded like the equivalent of if a full-grown man was running towards you.
Ugh, that's horrific. Oh my god. What do I even do against this thing? I start looking around and I'm like, oh my god. Okay, well, I look up, did the hatch close as well since I wasn't pushing up on it?
Exactly. Yeah, it wasn't so much slammed by force, but by, just the motion of you dropping, and then you weren't holding it anymore. So
I guess I'm just listening now. Like, do I hear anything else? I don't know. What's going on up there?
Yeah, it's totally silent now.
Ugh. I probably I stop and like my hair is. Oh,
by the way, sanity roll, please.
I was gonna say this sounds like I needed this. I need one. Normal sanity roll. Here we go. Whoa!
All right. Good job.
Dang,
good job.
That's crazy. Well, I probably still take sanity damage though.
You do lose a point. Yeah, you do lose a point.
That's fair.
And actually, as you are staring up at this trapdoor, you do begin to hear a low growling sound coming from the attic.
Disgusting.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Also, Dayton Ober, thank you for the $20.
Yes.
Oh man. So yeah, I'm standing there. I'm sweating. My head is still bloody from the wound. My eyes are like shot open, like darting around. I'm like listening for this thing. When I hear the growling, I just go into the main room again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be stealthy or anything like that. I just go in there and I go straight for my suitcase and I rip it open and I start like going over the letters, like frantically trying to figure out like what the hell this thing is. Is there a way to kill it? Is there a way to trap it? Like, what am I supposed to do? And then I start thinking like, how could Rupert like do this to me? He didn't give me any instructions. He didn't tell me what to do. Like I need instructions. He should know this. He's a professor. I'm a student. And I start like just
regret a syllabus.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. I totally start like regressing like to this like student mentor kind of thing where like I'm bitching about my college professor. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm just frantically going through my suitcase, looking for like like how you would scan a book, just being like, "Where's the one word I'm looking for?"
All right. Well, you remember Rupert's letter said, "Please forgive me for what I asked you to do." So there you go.
We'll see.
So I think your eyes would light upon the relevant passage from March 26th in the journal. We now believe that the spell we cast to summon it inextricably bound the thing to the house. Alan went back this morning to retrieve some of our belongings and store our ritual accoutrements.
That's right. So now I'm like, okay, so now I'm looking around and I'm like, all right, where would they have stored this stuff? They definitely wouldn't have put it in the attic.
Right. You saw for yourself. There is nothing in that attic. So,
and then I start thinking, I'm like, did that bum like run off with all their occult stuff? And I start freaking out. And man, I don't know what to do. All right, so I think what I need. Oh, go ahead.
I will say that the sound that you heard when whatever he was picking up as he ran out, it didn't sound like it was a lot. It was like,
okay,
just like a backpack maybe or a bindle. It was just like he was grabbing his shit basically.
So, I'm gonna go. I don't have anything for. I don't have a wick or anything to use for this oil lantern that's outside. So I guess I really have no choice. I'm just going to go down to the cellar with my lighter and just look around and try to find whatever the hell they hid.
All right. So you venture back down these creaking steep stairs. This time, there are no hobos to ambush you.
Good.
No lurking hobos. Yeah, by the meager light of your flickering lighter, you can see that in the cellar there's like a workbench type situation. There is, let's see what else is down here that you can see. There's a chair, a couple chairs, and as you're casting your lighter around, there's a pile of lumber. There's a ladder, and box of old tools, and then a tarpaulin covering some sort of large chest, you would say.
There we go. Well, you know what? I think I'm gonna look in these. Okay, so I'm gonna dramatically. I grip the cloth. You know me, dude. I grip the cloth covering the chest. I fling it back in dramatic fashion, and we see this chest dimly lit by the flickering light of a lighter, with somehow my silhouette cast down upon it. And I don't expect that it's unlocked, but I will try to open it anyways.
All right. And of course, this is kind of a low ceiling cellar. It's only about maybe a 7-foot ceiling, or maybe 6.5.
Okay.
Packed dirt floor. It's actually kind of nice down here. This is the one part of the property that doesn't smell like formic acid, So,
nice.
Yeah.
I'll just stay here.
And exactly. Just lock yourself down here. Night of Living Dead style, just wait it out.
Yeah.
Also, I should mention there is another oil lamp on that workbench.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I was gonna start looking at those, and probably the toolbox as well.
Yeah,
but we'll get
priorities.
That's
Priorities.
Right.
All right, so you have whipped off the tarpaulin, and underneath, sure enough, is an old, late 19th century steamer trunk.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to open it if it's unlocked.
Ooh, maybe it's not. Maybe that lock needs to be picked.
Now we're talking. I harken back to my youth spent as a locksmith with my father.
Uh-huh.
And let me see here. Oh, buddy, this is a bonus die.
Oh, yeah.
This is a bonus die on my lockpicking skill, locksmith, which is a 51.
Not bad.
Hard success.
Nice. All right, definitely check that locksmith.
Oh yeah.
And that lock yields to you like it was made for your lockpicks.
Mm.
You are the key master.
Are you the gatekeeper?
And so you lift the lid of the steamer trunk, and what you are seeing within are a bunch of folded up pieces of black cloth and a handwritten letter resting on top. You also see that same kind of occult warding sigil carved into the interior underside of the lid of this trunk.
Cool. All right, well, I know my Zippo's only gotten me so far, and I now need use of both of my hands, I think, so...
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know, but it would also look very dramatic to read this letter by lighter light. So I think that's what I'm going to do.
True. All right.
Yeah, because I wouldn't be like, oh, I need to sit this down and go get a lantern. I'd just be like, No, I'm opening this. I'm opening this thing, and then I'm holding my lantern in front of my face between me and the letter, and I'm reading the letter as fast as possible.
All right, we've got another handout.
Oh my god! There's nothing.
That's very strange. Oh, why did they put it in the? They messed up on the formatting. They put it in the GM notes section.
Nice.
Which you cannot see. So I am going to move that here up to description. There we go. That should do the trick. And let's try that again. There we go.
Nice. 23rd March, 1877. I don't know why I'm putting this down on paper. Classic Lovecraft there. It's probably a bad idea, but I feel the need to leave some kind of explanation for my actions and intent. When I look at the sarcophagus from my uncle, I did not think it would be missed. Oh, when I took. I expected to be able to research it and return it later. I was such a fool. Despite believing in the powers we tried to summon, I grossly misunderstood the consequences. Now Robert is dead and Harold a madman. I'm going back to the farmhouse to organize our things. I dread stepping foot inside that place again, but I must make sure that our materials will be available again when we need them. Since the others are too shaken to attempt a banishment of the creature, I can only hope that the thing hasn't the power to remain in our reality for more than a few hours or days. At least it's bound to the house itself. I shall search for any means to destroy it before the last of us passes from this world and its release from the house, if it is still there. I believe I know where I can find the knowledge I need to drive the creature away without assistance from others. I hear tales of mystics in New Orleans, and I know much of the true magics of the world. I am leaving the gold box in Rupert's care. I told him not to sell it or have it appraised by anyone, but did not tell him why. He also seemed puzzled by my insistence to not live in Boston, but I believe he trusts my judgment not to go into danger unwittingly. My uncle does not know about our dark brotherhood, so Rupert and the others will be safe from anyone looking for it. I'll be back to put things right again. Marion Allen. P.S. I write this before I close the lid on the trunk. The thing is still in the attic of the house. It seemed to recognize me and spoke foul curses at me. I will carve protective wards on the trunk to prevent any tampering with its contents, just in case. Interesting. I immediately set the letter aside and start looking through the chest.
Lighting the lamp at this point, I assume?
Yeah, might as well light the lamp.
This one has a wick, and it's got oil in it as well. So
Nice.
All right, so by the light of the lamp, you begin to take out the black cloth, and very quickly discern these are 6 black hooded robes.
Dope.
Mm-hmm. Emptying those out of the trunk, you see lying at the bottom a cigar box.
I will open the cigar box.
All right. Lifting it out, you can see it's a brand from the 1870s. But within, there are no cigars. Instead, there is a small metal canister, a smaller wooden box with a sliding lid, and then, let's see, a sheaf of yellowed papers.
Interesting. I'm going to pick up the papers first.
Mm-hmm. All right, so these are handwritten. You recognize the handwriting matches the letter you just read, written by Marion Allen.
Okay.
6 of the sheets are identical. They appear to be some sort of Latin verse.
I took Latin.
You did. And then the next sheet identifies this verse as a chant copied out of De Vermis Mysterious. And it also states that while the original chant detailed the ritual for, quote, releasing the spirit trapped inside the ancient amber, several words within the incantation have been replaced, changing the original summoning ritual to one of exorcism. so that it may be used to dispel the vile spirit currently trapped in the attic. The next sheet contains a description of a pentagram and says the symbol must be drawn as part of the ritual. And it looks like so.
Ooh. Sick.
Mm-hmm. And then 3 sheets discuss the procedure of the ritual itself, which takes at least an hour to perform and must be started at midnight. While at least one person speaks aloud the ritual phrases, another person must draw the pentagram on the floor, while another burns a certain combination of chemicals in a fire nearby. Alan's notes mention that the chemicals resemble a brown powder, which he says he has prepared and stored with these papers in a metal canister ready for use. While one person may perform the ritual chant, the notes recommend that several people take part, allowing each individual to occasionally interrupt their chanting without disturbing the overall ritual or its potency. If the chant is continuous, with at least one person reciting the repeating phrases aloud, the spirit must succumb. However, it warns that even the slightest disruption of the chanting may result in failure, requiring another ritual to be performed on a following night. The note suggests that during the ritual, a watcher be posted lest the sorcerers be disturbed by the nuisances and distractions of malevolent spirits. Thus, these sheets confirm that a 2-hour ritual using the chant provided begun at midnight will drive off unwanted spirits.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go back to the general store and get all them old fogies to come help me.
But you're just thinking that when your ears detect the sound of a car motoring up the gravel drive outside.
Oh my god. Whoever that is, they gotta leave. They gotta get out of here. They're gonna be killed. I closed the trunk, put everything back in there, and yeah, I hurry up the cellar stairs, and I look out the window. What do I see?
All right. So looking out the window, you see a police car pulling up.
Ugh, the fuzz.
It has markings on the door identifying it as from the Essex County Sheriff's Department. And as the car pulls to a stop, you can definitely see a sheriff's deputy behind the wheel. You note there's 2 other people. There's somebody in the passenger seat, which you can't make out, but sitting directly behind the deputy in the back seat is none other than Bertrand Merriweather.
Oh my god, this fool. All right, I'm gonna set my oil lamp down inside the house, like on the table, and then walk out. Yeah, just be like, hello, officer. Like, is there anything I can do to help you?
All right. So, yeah, as you're walking out, the 3 passengers are, getting out of their car, and closing doors and whatnot. You can now see the person who was sitting in the passenger seat is a middle-aged gentleman with, thinning gray hair, a bit short of stature, but well-dressed, as is Bertrand, of course. The deputy is sizing you up, and he says, "I'm here to serve a warrant of eviction. Mr. Merriweather here has come to me with some serious concerns about squatters on his father's property."
Officer, yes, there were squatters on my property, but they have since been driven off, and I'll reach into my pocket to present the deed.
Okay. I should also mention, this time of year in New England, it's getting on for late afternoon, so it's starting to get a little dark.
Of course.
And so the deputy looks at Bertrand and then takes a couple of steps forward and takes a look at the deed. And at this point, the older guy walks forward and he says, Deputy Terrace, I think you'll find that this deed has been falsified. This is a forgery. As I explained to you back in Arkham, my client is the rightful heir of this property.
Officer, I'm prepared to let this deed stand up to any amount of scrutiny.
So the deputy's looking over it, and he just kind of sighs and says, well, this honestly seems more like a matter for the courts. He turns back to Bertrand and he says, you assured me that anyone dwelling on this property was here illegally. Can you account for this at all? And Bertrand's about to argue his case when from the attic upstairs, there's a bit of thumping, a bit of growling, and then suddenly over your heads, just this unholy shriek going out above you, out towards the woods.
It left?
It seems to have. So I'll need a sanity roll, please.
Oh my god. And no penalty or bonus. Oof, okay.
Oof, indeed. All right. Let's see here. So where was that information about what happens if you hear that screech? Here we go. All right, 1d3. Fun.
Ooh. And you're going to roll that, right?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and roll that there. All right.
So
3 points. Ouch.
I'm at 70 sanity.
Ouch. All right. So you give an involuntary scream,
Yeah.
no doubt, from your earlier.
Oh, totally. Not only do I scream, but like I drop and like put my hands on my head.
Yeah. I got to roll for these guys too.
Good.
Let's see here. See how they're going to do with this.
Of course the deputy passed. He's like,
of course.
What in tarnation?
And let's get Bertrand here as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So yeah, the two lawyers are both unnerved. Bertrand loses 3. Ouch.
Nice.
All right. So very good. So yeah, so basically all 3 of you are like, ah!
Yeah.
This is thing flying overhead. And yeah, like I said, you can kind of track the sound as it fades out towards the woods. And so the deputy, who kept his head, is nevertheless a little startled by that, and he says, indeed, he says, what in tarnation was that?
Oh man, I don't even know what if it's all going through my head right now, and I'm like, look, I can either tell these guys the truth and they'll put me put me in a home, or I can lie to them, but I don't know how I'm gonna be able to lie. So I've got to not only do I have to convince these guys of the truth, but I have to have them help me. So I say, all right, Sheriff, I'm gonna give it to you straight. There's some kind of being, something not from this world, trapped in this house, and it appears that, well, it's now loose. And I would wager that it probably took that poor girl that went missing yesterday. And now it's going to take someone else. Now we can stop it, but we've got to work together as a team. And we've got to do it now, I think. Dramatically, we have to do it now.
All right. So
and I don't know if this is fast talk or if there's like a way to spin this to fast talk.
Okay, so fast talk is for like bluffing your way past, some guy at the, with the velvet rope or what have you, right? Or
That's
there's,
fair.
convincing somebody like, oh no, I wasn't actually stealing from your locker, or whatever,
Right.
Persuade is what we want to use here,
Ooh,
or
persuade.
charm,
Hmm.
possibly charm, or intimidate, maybe if you can justify it.
Damn, intimidate is. Well, intimidate for me would be like I tell him all that, and then I can see him being like, "What is this dude talking about?" And I might even get up in this sheriff's face, like I'm almost gonna kiss him, but we don't know if we are, or we don't know if we're not. And I'm gonna,
That's very tense.
and I'm gonna be like, "Look, we can do this now, the easy way, or the whole world can be, like I'm gonna threaten him with like the apocalypse."
All right. Yeah.
That would be
could
my
an
intimidate. Like everyone you know and love is gonna die, and we have the chance to stop it right here and now. All right, so I'm gonna try to intimidate,
Go for intimidate. Okay.
and this is a penalty.
Arguably the most crucial role of the game, but
I know,
sure.
yeah. Here we go. Penalty. 1 die. Of course, it was a failure. Rainy.
By quite a margin too.
I'm guessing that was Rainy. I actually don't know.
All right. So you go on this rant about, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. And the sheriff's deputy's face just gets increasingly bemused. And Bertrand and his lawyer pal are exchanging looks, and by the time you finish, the deputy says, all right, you've said your piece. Are you going to come with us peaceably? Or do I have to come back tomorrow with more of my buddies and take you away?
I own this land, Sheriff, and you're going to have to bring every damn one of you down here to take me off of it. And I'm just going to turn around and get back in the house because I got to figure out what the hell to do about this. Or do I try to plead to these stupid lawyers? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna push my way back. I'm gonna push my way by the sheriff and talk to these lawyers, and just be like, "You heard what I said. You heard that thing screaming across the sky. Do you want that coming for you at night?"
All right. So trying intimidate again?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try intimidate again.
Funny you should say you're going to push your way past, because this would be a pushed roll.
Oh, you right about that.
Yeah, so if you fail again, the consequences will be more severe.
That's true, but I do get a bonus die on my intimidate,
Ew.
which is
Nice.
which is 15.
I mean, you could always burn some luck,
Oh my god! Oh, we did it! Oh my god!
Okay, coming through in the clutch.
Oh my god!
All right. So that's a pretty compelling argument. You want your family eaten in their beds or whatever, and also let's not forget Bertrand and his lawyer lost sand as well. So they were much more rattled by that than the deputy was, So Bertrand puts up a hand, both towards you and also just to indicate, like, okay, like, let's not. So he turns to the sheriff and says, I don't think there's any need for that kind of action, Sheriff, but we all saw what we saw. I know my father sometimes, when he was in his cups, speak of things he did in his youth, things he was not proud of. So he turns back to you and he says, if I help you, will you sign over the deed to me?
Yes. If we can banish that thing and finish your father's work, I will sign over this deed to you. provided you want this damned property. Scorch it to the earth for all I care.
So he turns to the other lawyer and he says, Bill, are you in? The guy says, well, I mean, what are we talking about here? And he looks back at you and he says, do we have to call in a priest? What's going on? Why don't you catch us up on what's going on?
I look at the cop and I'm giving him a look like, you can leave. Like, if you don't want to be a part of this, you need to get out. Because I'm not saying another word in front of the cop. Because
and he's kind of looking a bit over the whole thing as well. You're like, y'all are crazy, right. Like every one of you are crazy. So he's looking around and he says, I came out here to serve a writ of eviction, and if I'm not doing that, I'm going back to Arkham. Gentlemen, best of luck to you. And he gets back in his squad car, fires it up, does a little 3-point turnabout, and off he goes.
Kick rocks. Yeah, because I don't want to be like, look, boys, there's a ritual. Because as soon as I say that, he's going to be like, oh, y'all are going to start killing babies and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I don't want any part of that. So once he's like gone, I'm gonna look at them and be like, follow me. And then there's a short montage of me, opening the door and grabbing the oil lamp, and we're walking down into the basement and I open up the chest for him to see, and I'm reading them the notes so that they understand, and I might even like give them the letters that Rupert left me so that they can look over them and just be like, sorry guys, but like, here's an info dump of your worst nightmares. And
of your worst nightmares. All right.
Yeah. And just be like, this is what we need to do. And then by the end of it, like, they're sitting there kind of like reading all this stuff, and they might like look up at me, and I'm like holding up cloaks.
Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't make the rules, fellas.
All right. I think for maximum cinematic impact, we'll say, you repaired to the back room with the fire in the fireplace, right? And they're reading this by firelight. So by the time they've read through everything, they're pretty well convinced. They can be convinced with sufficient evidence. They're rational men. They're men of science like you.
That's right.
And so by the end of it, they say, very well. If it's just a simple matter of this chant and this powder, let's have at it.
All right. So I'm gonna make sure we're all, and I'm gonna impress that upon them. Just be like, we're all educated men in this room. We've all attended university. We need to make sure that we're following these instructions by the letter. Because if we make even one mistake, we could be putting ourselves and everyone we know and love and everyone in the world in terrible danger. And I'm gonna look too at what's his name?
Bertrand.
Bertrand, thank you. I'm gonna look at Bertrand and be like, whatever we're about to call is what did it in for your paw. That's how your dad died, trying to keep this thing from killing everything and protecting you and protecting your mother. So, honor that, respect it. Do this with me and do it how it should be done, and I'll give you the deed. I'll sign it over tonight.
So he's looking quite serious about this. This is perhaps the first time in his life that he's been faced with doing anything of import. And he seems ready to take it seriously.
Okay, good. And if he dies,
if he dies, he dies. Okay, so. All that's left is to wait out the clock until midnight, because that's apparently when, according to the instructions, that's when you're supposed to start it up.
That's right. So I'm making sure, like I'm practicing my Latin.
Well, so that would be one thing, though, would be that the instructions indicate different roles. So
Right.
how do you want to divvy that out? It says one person should perform the chant. One person draws the pentagram. Another person burns the chemicals in the fire. And then once the chemicals are burning and the pentagram is drawn, it then recommends at least 2 people keep the chant going and a third person acts as watcher. So how do you want to break that up?
Okay, so I guess I would start and finish the chant.
Okay.
Have the gray-haired lawyer draw the pentagram. Have Bertrand do the candles. And then once those 2 things are done, the gray-haired lawyer can keep chanting with me, and Bertrand can keep watch.
I'm going to put him on watch. Okay. The older lawyer, by the way, William Donner Haven, he's the senior partner at Bertrand's law firm.
I'm going to look at him and be like, do you speak any Latin? You a Catholic?
And he says, of course. He says, I was classically educated, of course. I went to Princeton.
There we go. And then I'm like, I hand him one of the notes, and I'm like, then you're going to be chanting with me. As soon as you're done drawing the figure. Are you confident in your tasks?
All right, they indicate they are. Everybody knows what's going on.
Okay. Then we wait until midnight, and we've got our cloaks on, and we're ready to go.
You put the cloaks on.
Yeah, I'm making them do. I'm like they wore cloaks when they brought this thing in. We're wearing cloaks when we take it out.
That's how we do it. All right. So time passes at a crawl. Night comes on in full darkness. There's a half moon out, casting a bit of feeble moonlight across the overgrown grounds of the farmhouse. And why don't you make a listen roll for me?
Don't mind if I do. Let me see here. So that was a penalty die and then a bonus was the last one, right? So a bonus and 2 penalties coming up.
Nice.
God.
Good times. Good time.
All right, and this is a listen check.
Uh-huh.
And this is a bonus.
Okay.
Oof.
Oh, ouch. Jeez.
Yowza.
Oh my gosh, you guys. All right.
Oh, come on.
I don't think Bertrand even has a listen skill. What's the default on that? 20?
Big 20. Yeah, because that's what I have in it.
Hey, Birdie got it.
Oh, thank God.
All right. All right. So around about 10 o'clock, Bertrand, sits up suddenly. You're all just kind of marking time, not talking a whole lot. Suddenly sits up and he says, "Did you hear that?"
I'm going to say, and look at William. Be like, William, did you hear it?
No. Bertrand looks out the window that's facing, like, on the same wall as the back door that's facing out towards the woods. It sounded like a human scream.
There's nothing we can do about it. I know their instinct might be to go rushing to that person's aid, but like, there's nothing we can do about it. I'm going to look at them and be like, do any of you have weapons?
They shrug and say, "Well, no, of course not."
Then we're going to be at our best in here, ready to perform the ritual. It's a hard choice to make, but that's what it is.
They nod in agreement, settle back in. A couple more hours pass. Midnight approaches. Still no sound or indication of anything in the attic. It's been quite quiet the whole time.
I've been going over the notes. Does the thing have to be in the house for us to banish it?
There's no indication of that.
Okay. Then I would say at midnight, whether it's here or not, we proceed.
All right. So, checking your pocket watch one last time, you see it's about the indicated time, and so everyone takes up their positions, and the ritual begins.
Damn it. And we have 2 penalty die.
Nice.
God.
All right. So, I should mention, yes. So the metal tin did have that brown powder in it, as
Right.
Alan indicated. The smaller wooden box with the sliding lid contained a different powder. It was like a gray powder that almost looks like graphite.
I recall this might be the powder from the letter that let us see the thing. So I'm going to take that powder and be like, maybe if it shows up, like if we need to, we might, I might use this while I'm chanting and, reveal it to the world.
All right.
Much to my
All right.
sanity's dismay.
Let's just see what we're dealing with here. Oh my God. All right. I am keeping an eye on the clock too. I think we can wrap this up
Okay.
probably in a half hour.
I like that.
But we'll try and get as close to 10 as we can here.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Do we have some epic music coming up?
Oh, we do.
Ooh, can't wait.
All right. So basically, you've got the pentagram drawing going. You've got the powder going into the fire. The fire rises up in green and brown flames. And then you're doing the chant, correct?
Yes. I'm chanting from beginning to end.
Okay.
That seems like the most dramatic role.
Yes. You want all the glory
That's right.
for yourself. All right.
I can't let these NPCs be the
Yeah, I'm right. No, you're
the
absolutely right about
lawyers.
that.
Yeah.
Hello. All right. So all right. So you begin with the chant. You do have did you say you didn't put any points in Latin, but you took Latin?
I have Latin.
What was that about?
I took 0 points in Latin.
So you have a 0-1 in Latin? Is that it?
I have a 1 in Latin. However, I would I don't know the word for this. I would proselytize. I would.
Uh-huh.
I haven't used fast talk this session. Can I put my fast talk points in Latin?
Absolutely, you can.
Okay,
yes.
I like that. So now my Latin becomes a 66.
There you go. Now, you don't have to speak Latin in order to read this, but since you do have points in Latin, I will read you the English translation of the exorcism. It goes as follows. O spirits, you I exercise by the power, wisdom, and virtue, by the divine knowledge, by the dark void, by the name of the old ones, the root, trunk, source, and origin of all the other divine names, whence they all draw their life and their power. I exercise you by the name Nyarlathotep, signifying the most excellent bringer of wisdom, his majesty so high and brighter than the stars of the road. Or of the void, stars of the road, stars of the void. I exercise you by the most powerful name of Azathoth, the all-powerful, who shall punish the crimes. I exercise you, and I command you absolutely, O demon, in whatsoever part of the universe you may be, by the virtue of all these names. Hear you and obey.
Oh my God. What kind of sick person would call on all these? Oh my God. Nyarlathotep and Azathoth?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I mean, Kenny is even like, ugh, like.
Taking it a bit far there, wouldn't you say?
I know. Yeah. Can we just, I don't know.
Can we walk this back a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know we were going that hard. Oh my god!
All right.
Okay. Well,
This is what you're going to be chanting over and over and over again.
oh, good. I'm really opening myself up to these energies.
Oh, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
just really. Oh my god.
All right. So it's going to cost you some magic points.
Oh, I bet.
2 magic points, to be
2.
precise.
Okay, that takes me down to 13 out of 15 magic points.
Oh, you got some decent magic points there. That's good.
Not bad.
All right. All right. That's just for starters. We'll be deducting more as we go along. Now, so this is going on for about 20 minutes. You're chanting this over and over again for about 20 minutes. After those first 20 minutes, you suddenly hear up in the attic. Something just
Oh.
like moving around.
So we've drawn it to us.
Yeah.
I look up and I keep chanting, but I'm like looking up like, oh, I hear it. And then I'm looking to the guys and I'm like, do you guys hear that? As I'm, chanting in Latin. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like making sure the pentagram is good. I'm making sure the candle, I'm like, Bertrand, don't fuck up these candles, dude. You got the easiest job. Light some candles and then go sit down. Yeah, as
That's
I
right.
call on Nyarlathotep and Azathoth for 20 minutes. For sure. For another hour and a half. Just soaking it all in.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So very shortly after that bumping sound in the attic, this horrific howling starts out. Bertrand and William both, looking very pale at the sound of this. And then the house begins to shudder. Like the whole house is just being, put under a strain or stress of some kind. You can hear wood cracking, creaking. There's a sudden jolt that just shakes the whole house.
In the back,
objects are
in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, this kid, he's getting the deed for sure, but it's gonna be a hole in the ground, buddy.
Objects are falling off shelves, rolling across the floor. So we'll need sanity rolls for everybody, please.
Let's go.
Including me. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Bill is not having it. Bill is not having it.
Yo, I'm keeping it together.
You're good. And let's see about Bertrand there. He's good.
Nice.
I fumbled Donner Haven's
God.
roll, so he's going to lose the max, which is 3.
Okay.
But yeah, he's looking around wildly. He's like breaking out into a sweat, and he's just saying, he starts to like kind of mutter to himself like, "It's the devil himself. It's Satan."
I want to say something cheeky, but I'm not. I'm just gonna keep chanting.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah,
Yep.
Exactly. And I'm looking at him like I'm still chanting the words.
All right. So there's more shrieking and howling, thrashing around coming up from up in the attic, for another 10 minutes or so. And as that's going on, that formic acid smell begins to really fill the space.
Ugh. God.
Then from all the cracks in the ceiling, all the beam or the boards in the ceiling, in between all those boards, you're going to see moisture, some kind of moisture begin to coalesce, and then run together and form, and then begin to drip down.
Oh God.
So I'll need a luck roll,
What?
please.
Oh. We've been slowly chewing at our luck this entire time. Do luck rolls get bonuses or penalties?
They do not.
Okay. I think oh wait, we used a bonus last time, right? And so now, oh no wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. So now we're on to
I think you have two penalties waiting for you.
Two
so.
penalties coming up. Okay.
Yeah.
So normal luck roll. Here we go. Ooh, it's a fails.
All right. So some of this moisture drips onto you.
Nice.
and sizzles and raises a little bit of a blister on the exposed flesh that it touches, causing 1 point of damage.
Oh my god! Thank God. I have 6 health remaining.
Lord.
So I've taken half. I've taken half of my health. I don't know if that means anything.
It's only if it's all at once,
Okay.
and then that would be a major wound. But
Okay.
yeah, otherwise, I mean, yeah, you're not feeling great
Yeah.
by any means. But,
So this thing starts boiling on me and blistering, and even through my cloak of the Dark Brotherhood. So I'm like,
well, it hits your hand. Let's say,
cool. Yeah. Oh, right on top of my hand too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I start like wincing, and I'm like still chanting the Latin through like gritted teeth and.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Let's get a power roll from you to see if you can keep that chant going or not.
Oh wow, the old POW roll. Here we go. And no, is this penalty or?
This would be with a penalty die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we. Well, we're still doing okay. No.
Ooh, you can spend 12 luck to make that one.
I'm doing it, dude.
Yep.
12 luck. That takes me from 34 to what? Like 22? No.
22.
22?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my math. Oh my math.
Oh my god.
22
Very.
luck. Yeah, let's go. So I'm like, ugh, and I'm pushing it, everything I have.
Yeah, you very, very nearly fumble over Nyarlathotep, and
For real.
just manage to wrench that back into place.
Oh god, that's the worst.
It's worse when you have to say Nyarlathotep in a public speaking environment.
Yeah, under pressure.
Yeah.
You're like, do I put
All right.
emphasis on the hotep?
Yeah, right. Yeah. What if I accidentally say orgasm? All right, so let's see here. So you are continuing with this chant. All right. And so, yeah, Bertrand is also hit by some of this acid, essentially, is what it is. And, cries out in pain. Ah! But the chant is continuing. Were you intending to do the entire chant? Was that the
I was gonna
intention there?
I was gonna try to do the whole thing.
Okay.
And when William is done doing his pentagram drawing, then I'm gonna do, or he's gonna chant with me.
Okay. All right. Right. That's right. He was going to join in. Okay. All right. Good. So that's fine. So he gives up 2 magic points as well. And so now he is chanting with you. So that's good. So then if something happens and you're not able to continue, he'll be saying it as well.
Right.
Okay. All right. So now we got 2 guys chanting away, but the house is no longer creaking. It's no longer shaking. The acid seems to be dissipating, and there's no more howling or anything coming from upstairs.
We got to keep going. I feel like they said 2 hours, so we're gonna do 2 hours. We can't stop to be like, is everything okay? Because that would foil the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
I think it's gone. I think.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like gesturing, like everybody keep going, and I might even look at Bertram and be like if you can, I'm like pointing out like, hey, there's the notes. Like, go get the notes and start chanting with us. Like,
Oh, okay. You want him to join?
if he's done doing his job, like he can keep.
Well, his job is to watch. So
That's true. I mean, he
you
can
know.
keep watch and also read. I would assume. I don't know though. But I mean,
No, you kind of have to have the sheet in front of you. That's the whole thing.
yeah.
So
Okay. Well, I might point at him then and be like do a circle, like see if you can, like your job is to keep watch. Go watch.
yeah. Okay. Cool. So he nods. He gets what you're saying, and he starts to do, walk a little patrol perimeter, looking out the windows, peering out. But yeah, for right now, it's just the crackling of this green and brown fire, and you're chanting, and things seem to have calmed down. And after a few circuits around the room, Bertrand's looking out the back window again, out towards the woods, and he says, "My God, there's a woman out there. She's crawling towards us through the grass." And you actually, as soon as he says that, you hear her calling out, "Help me, please. Something attacked me."
That's bait. That's bait. Oh, man. You know what? I kind of want to be like, okay. I'm like, all right, she's out there. I'm going to keep chanting. Bertram is going to keep chanting. Or not Bertram, sorry, William. So I'm going to point at Bertram and kind of like gesture to be like, go get her. If that's what you want to do, go get her.
Right.
Knowing it's like the bad choice.
I'm going to give him a power roll just to kind of gauge how brave he's feeling. No, he failed. So
he's like, I'm going to go get her.
No, he's too scared. He just kind of looks back at you, shakes his head. He's like, no.
Okay. And I nod, like I'm empathetic. Like I don't want these people dead, but we have bigger problems here.
Yeah. All right. So you continue the chant. 2 more magic points, please.
Don't mind if I do. That takes my magic points down to 11.
Nice. Okay. All right. So, maybe another 10 minutes. Bertrand's still, looking out that window, and he says, "She's still crawling towards the house." And then he kind of calls out. He says, "If you can make it to the door, I'll let you in."
I'm like, Nyarlathotep, cool.
Nyarlathotep, come in here and clean up our mess. Thank you.
Yeah, yo. Man, I want to interact with this dude, but I am not going to stop chanting.
Okay.
So maybe, I don't know, or would it be crazy? You know what? I'm just going to go grab him. And I'm still chanting, and I'm like yelling the chant in his face. and I like drag him over, because I'm huge, and I imagine he's very wimpy. So I drag him over to his chair. I sit him down in the chair, and just like put my finger in his face as I chant, and then like go back to my circle.
All right, so that's your intention.
That's my intention. That's how this plays out in my mind. Let's see what the dice say.
Well, you go over there, you get in his face, you're chanting in his face, you grab his shoulder with your free hand to guide him over, and you're both standing next to the window, and at that point there's suddenly somebody at the window, and they're just like slapping their palms onto the glass, and kind of trying to reach in through the panes that have been broken out, and you can see it's this middle-aged woman in a farm dress, but her face is bloated, rotted, bloody, and there's a massive hole over her heart, just like that raccoon you saw.
Oh my God.
And then so she's just banging on the glass and like trying to reach in, and she said, "You promised you'd let me in. Open the door."
Oh God!
So I'll need a sanity roll, please.
Yeah, sanity roll incoming. Yo, 69, nice.
Nice. The nicest of sanity rolls.
My sanity is so nice.
Oh my God, that's a natural 100 for Bertrand. So he is going to lose the maximum possible sanity, which is 6.
Oh my God.
And he's going to go insane.
No!
Yes!
But also yes!
Yay!
Oh
wow,
my
what a
God.
time to roll 100. You lose 1, by the way, even
course.
for pathing.
That makes
Awfully jarring.
Dude, that makes my sanity 69. What is happening?
What is going on? Oh my goodness. All right. So yeah. So Bertrand sees this and just starts screaming.
Yeah.
And he just loses his mind, and he just goes tearing off out into the front room, and then you just hear the front door fly open, and you hear his receding scream into the night.
Oh my God. I run to the door and slam it shut.
All right.
Slam it shut. And I look to Bertram and I'm like, you have to chant now. Like, we both have to do this.
Or Donnerhaven, you mean?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, he's been chanting though, right?
That's right.
I mean,
yeah, he has been.
put him-
Bertrand fucking tore ass. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was Bertrand.
Holy shit. That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
That's even better. Good news.
I know. There's a certain like dramatic justice there, honestly.
I
So,
know.
Well done. Well
Good
done,
job.
Dice.
Good job, Dice. Thanks for telling the stories we're too scared to tell.
All right. Okay, so so Donnerhaven has been keeping up the chant this whole time. Let's see here. You hear Bertrand's screams receding, and then screams turn into shouts, yells like, "Oh, get off of me! Oh, no!"
I reach into my pocket and grab the gray dust, and I want to like it looks like he's being attacked by something invisible. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, you slammed the door. Do you want to look out the window?
Oh God, yeah, I guess I do.
Okay. So looking out the window, you see he didn't make it very far, and he's being set upon by that hobo.
Oh, whoa. Does the hobo look different than when last we met?
Oh, he's much bloodier than when last you met. Absolutely.
The old bloody hobo.
Old bloody hobo, yeah.
Oh God. Well, I mean, sorry, Bertrand. Shouldn't have left the shack. Not my problem.
So the zombie remains of Maggie McFurter are banging on the window still. You know, let me in, let me in.
Ah, man. I grip my eyes closed, like squeeze them closed tight and just keep chanting.
All right, returning to the circle, I assume.
I want to kind of stay. Well, I don't know. Is there something I can do to like keep this? Like, I guess I'll just lock the door,
Mm-hmm.
and then go back to the circle.
Okay. All right. Give me another POW roll to see how much you're able to keep this chant going.
Okay, and I think this one is
Another
at
penalty.
a penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh. We've got one more penalty after that, and then no modifiers.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Still a success.
Heyo.
And
All right.
and another one.
And another one. All right. So yeah, you keep the chant going. You rejoin Donnerhaven in the circle. It's just the two of you now. You're kind of looking at each other as you chant. You know, understanding like this is it. You know, we're coming up. It's almost been 2 hours.
That's gotta be exhausting.
Oh, I know, right? And you can hear the hobo at the front door. He's banging on the door. Maggie's banging on the back door and on the back windows. They're both just calling out, you know, let us in, let us in. And you know, you have no idea what time it is, like exactly how long it's been. It just feels like it's maybe been 2 hours. And then suddenly they just stop. The two corpses drop to the ground, silent, still.
Oh man.
And a few minutes pass by. And then right there in the middle of the circle, some smoke begins to coalesce. It looks exactly like if you just ran a film of smoke backwards. You know, It's just coming down into the center of the circle. And it begins to coalesce.
We need to keep chanting, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep chanting, but I'm gonna look at the circle, and then like I've got my hand in my pocket with this gray dust, because whatever it is, like I do want to see it. Like there's something inside me that's like, you have to face this. You've been afraid of it this whole time, and it's been invisible. You've never seen it. You've been afraid of it still.
Mm-hmm.
And now that you're about to conquer it, you need to see it. So that's where my brain is at.
All right, so you got your hand on the box of powder as this thing is coalescing, and the smoke is, increasing in volume, and it's about the size of a person, smoke wise, a smoke person, if you will.
Nice.
And then it begins to take on a shape, like a human shape, and then it resolves itself, and you find yourself looking at Professor Rupert Merriweather.
Oh my God.
And he's as you remember him, in the bloom of life, wearing his tweed suit with the leather elbow patches and the whole thing,
Nice. Yeah.
And yeah, he looks at you and he says, "Victor, so good to see you again."
My chanting continues, but it's now like a low talking.
Yeah.
And my eyes like fill with tears as I'm like looking at him, and my hand almost like reaches out to like touch his face. But just as it gets like just close, like I try to pull it back. Unless there's some kind of roll involved.
Well, it's a psychology roll with a penalty die.
Nice.
Oh, nuts.
I'm spending 4 luck.
There you go. All right.
I'm at 18.
All right. Okay.
Oh my God.
So what you see, actually, it's still Merriweather, but you see under his skin, it's like there's little worms or tentacles like moving around under the skin and causing it to bubble,
Oh my God.
So it is definitely not Merriweather.
Yeah. At that point, like I get angry because it's trying to use my memories and my thoughts and my desires against me. So my chanting becomes more intense and more louder, and I'm almost like trying to like yell it into submission.
Want to do anything with that powder?
I do, yeah. I take it out of my, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, let's see what you really are, and like I take the box out of my pocket, and I open it up, and then like cast it in front of me at a dramatic angle, where, and
you backhand it.
Exactly. Like, yeah, it's all just like scattered in front of me as I'm like yelling this incantation.
All right. So as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of like graphite, but as soon as it like hits the air, it like poofs out, and then like just magnetizes onto the shape.
Whoa.
And the whole thing, I mean, Merriweather is gone in an instant. And instead what you see is this like 6 foot tall, just mass of tentacles and circular mouths, like lamprey mouths, just ringed with teeth, just like, just roiling around like a tornado almost.
Oh my God. Does it have feet or legs, or is it just like tentacles floating there?
It kind of ends in a couple little trunks, a little little leg-like appendages. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let's get a sanity roll,
Ooh,
please.
please. Risk my nice 69 sanity.
I know.
Oh!
No! Oh my god!
Yeah!
So Donner Haven rolls a 0-1.
Oh my god!
He's never felt better.
How dare he? He's got his eyes closed.
But you fumbled. That means you lose the maximum possible sanity, which in this case, 1d8. You lose 8 points of sanity.
Oh, I'm at 61 sanity.
And I will need an intelligence roll, please.
Yeah.
And you do not want to succeed at this one.
Yeah, I want to fail this one. And do I get a penalty dice for this?
If there's a penalty in the rack.
I do. Yeah. I've got 2 penalties in queue.
Rude.
I know.
Super rude.
Who knows, dude? Oh, still.
Actually, yeah, the penalty would have really helped you out this time.
I know,
but of course.
for real.
Oh no! All right. Okay. Well, so seeing this thing breaks your brain.
Oh man, here we go.
Yeah. So I am going to roll the long-term bout of madness table, because this is when you kind of come to sometime the next day.
Oh, whoa! So I'm out.
You're out.
Holy shit!
You lose all sense of self, and let's just see what happens.
Oh my gosh!
D10 roll here. Interesting. Oh wow. Okay. Did you generate ideologies and beliefs?
I did.
For your character. All right. What do you got?
My ideology / belief is I've seen supernatural phenomenon, though I've never been able to identify what it was. Could have just been the shadows, but it has since defined my worldview, something about it. And I can't recall what that one was out of the options, because it was like generate it and tell us about it. But it was something like it was like the occult option.
Right, exactly. Right. Okay. Okay. So you come to, it's daylight. You're lying in a bed of some kind. You are you're in a bedroom that you do not recognize. And clearly somebody has been tending to you. But where you may be, you have no idea. So, oops, messing up my music cues at the last minute. All right. So, but you feel quite exhausted. However, you don't have long to wait before the door opens, and in comes the friendly local, Ma Peters, owner of the general store and Ross's Corners. And she looks at you and she says, "Oh, looks like you're feeling a bit better there."
I shoot out of like erect, sitting erect, and I'm like, the thing. Where is it? The house.
Now, don't start with that again. You showed up outside my door last night, ranting about ghosts and the devil and hell coming for all of us. And it took all the morphine that I had in the back cabinet to get you to calm down. So I don't want to hear any more of this.
Donovan, where's Donovan?
Well, Donovan's downstairs. He actually was asking after you.
I need to see him. And I try to get out of bed.
No, you stay there. I'll show him up.
Okay, I kind of like ease back and I just wait.
All right. So, a few minutes pass and you hear Donner Haven, actually.
Donner Haven. Thank you.
Coming up the way. And steps in. He's got his hat in his hand. He looks very drained, but also somewhat at ease. And he says, "I'm glad you turned up alive there, Mr. Heinz."
What happened after I saw it?
Well, much like poor Bertrand, you fled from the site, ranting about ghosts and demons. But mere seconds after that, it seemed to dissipate out of being. It just disappeared in a puff of smoke and a great, tremendous scream. I think it's gone for good.
We have to be sure.
I'm as sure as I can be.
I kind of like look down and nod, like trying to piece this together. Like in my mind, I'm like, I have to go back and see it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, so let me tell you what you got in terms of the bout of madness. It says, review the investigator's backstory entry for ideology and beliefs. The investigator manifests one of these in an extreme, crazed, and demonstrative manner. For example, a religious person might be found later preaching the gospel loudly on the subway.
Yeah.
So I think in this case, yeah, it's like this has confirmed your belief in the supernatural beyond all reasonable doubts.
Totally.
To the extent that it would cause this fixation on ensuring that this thing is, gone, right?
Yeah. And I look up at him and I say, "And Bertrand, did you find him? Is he okay?"
So he bows his head and says, "Sadly, no, he did not make it."
I immediately think of his mother. Like she just lost her husband, now she just lost her son. I try to get out of bed.
Yeah, you're physically okay.
Okay. Yeah, and I look at him and I say, "Well, now what?"
He says, "Well, for myself, I'm going to go back to Arkham and try my best to forget everything that happened yesterday. I suggest you do the same."
I nod, and I think that might be like a scene close, and then later on, I kind of appear at the house.
Right.
Yeah, just alone. I'm just like, nope. I don't want him to know that I'm going here.
Right. Exactly. All right, and we'll fade out with you looking at this crumbling old farmhouse under gray October skies as a chill wind blows and some crows caw triumphantly in the background. An uncertain future awaits our hero, but if ever there was a time to bring up the end with a question mark at the end, this would be it.
Amazing, dude. Holy crap. Holy crap. What an adventure, dude. Oh my gosh. Amazing.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
fun.
you so much for running that. I had such a blast playing it.
I had a lot of fun running it. It's been quite a while since I got to run that, so it's one of my favorite. The Haunting, gets a lot of press, but I kind of like this one better, actually, to be honest.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll have to play the other one sometime and compare it.
Yeah, we'll compare and contrast. Yeah. But thanks everyone who tuned in, and thanks for all the donations.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Huge thanks to everybody who watched. Whether you lurked, you stayed for 5 minutes, you stayed the whole stream, you popped in and out, you threw some emojis, especially if you followed, subbed, donated money. I mean, we raised a huge $445 or thereabouts. Yeah, our goal was 150 and we smashed it out of the water. I'm very happy. I'm glad. I'm glad this happened, and I'm very thankful to all of you, and I'm very thankful to my friend and guest, Mr. David Larkins. for donating his time and his Call of Cthulhu expertise to this show. And I hope you guys had as much fun watching it as I did playing it. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks,
Cheers.
everybody.
Thank you all
cheers.
for the hype. And I think that's it. Actually, one more thing. We do have the giveaway to close out.
Oh, okay.
Let me see here. New window. Can you see that window?
No.
Okay, good. Let me see here. Oh, wait, that's a Stream Elements thing. Excuse me while I pull this up. I know there was a ticket war going on for a little while.
Oh, man.
So let's see what happens with the giveaway. We're going to close the giveaway and draw a winner. Looks like
Oh, boy.
Rapture Monster is the winner.
Oh,
Good.
there's a raptor right there.
That's right. Good job. I think that's Seth. So congratulations, Seth. Excuse me.
Right on.
For winning the Dots role-playing game little swag bag package.
Nice.
Donations will actually continue until 10 o'clock p.m. on Thursday, which is that's the last chance you'll get to buy anything that's in the incentives, and then we'll close out all the charity stuff then, which happens to be the end of the next stream that I'm doing. So if you guys want to come hang out on Thursday, I'll be streaming Alien Isolation. We've been having a ton of fun doing it. And we're very nearly at the end. So and luckily our facehugger emotes arrived before we even ran into them. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see those flood everywhere. And I guess we'll see you guys on Thursday. David, any last words, or would you like to plug anything, or let anybody know where to find you, or what you've been up to, or what you're gonna be up to?
I am at Sir Larkins pretty much everywhere. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. I mostly use it to hype up Chaosium stuff. I love Call of Cthulhu. I love Pendragon. If you haven't played Pendragon, check it out.
Pendragon is. I've only played it that once with you, but I want to get back to it because I love playing those Arthurian Knights. Looking forward to getting back into that.
And as Kenny mentioned at the top of the stream, I have the Esoteric Order of Role Players as my actual play podcast. Very not fancy. I just basically hit record and then we play games. But if you like that sort of thing, check us out.
And I can't recommend it enough, even if I wasn't on it from time to time, because it is a joy to listen to. And of course, you can always find me at HeyGMKenny on most places, and soon to be on YouTube at HeyGMKenny, without the long, extraordinary YouTube URL. Because we hit 135 subscribers yesterday, which was cool.
Awesome.
I think that's it. So thank you guys once again for all of your effort, all of your donations, all of your emotes. And thank you, David, for coming and doing this with me. So we will see you guys Thursday.
All right.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye. Nice.